Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody from all around the world, hello and welcome to another Friday edition of the Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Let's make some noise, everybody. Clap it up, get excited wherever you are, in your car, on your job, with your boss or co-workers, just relaxing on this Friday afternoon. We appreciate you joining in with us on our show, on our live stream, and helping us make this day the best day possible as we end the week strong, covering the world of boxing and beyond with a whole host of topics and questions and your responses as the main leading course of discourse for this show, as this is the championship rounds, as we do every Friday for the entirety of the show today. That's right, you all control the narrative, y'all control the pace, you all control everything that we say, do, and whatever topics that we want to go and discuss and uncover. You guide us through all of the noise, not even noise, you guide us through all of the essentially the rhetoric of conversation, and we want to hear from you in all regards of your thoughts, your opinions, your debates on anything involving the sports world and beyond. Basketball, football, the NBA, all that stuff. Shoot, we can even talk about FIFA and the World Cup as it's happening this, I think this Sunday is the final between Argentina and Spain. Old versus new, lion and goat going up against each other in Lionel Messi versus Yamal, who is the pride of the next generation of the football landscape, or as we call it in America, the soccer landscape, as we can't wait to see it unfold. But all that being said, we still want to hear from you in anything, and we got Boots ENNIS to talk about specifically the claim that he's made over the course of the last couple of weeks that he is indeed the face of boxing. Is that true? Is that real? Or is there some concern that we may be jumping the gun, claiming him as the guy running the world of the boxing regime? Maybe we need to go and recalibrate, regroup, delve into some different thought processes as to who runs the face. Maybe it's SHAKUR Stevenson. Maybe it's DEVIN HANEY. Maybe it's Tank Davis. Well, I can't even say it's Tank Davis anymore because he's kind of been out the pasture. Maybe it's Inoue. We want to hear your thoughts and opinions on what exactly is the gold standard of the face of boxing at this current point in time, as well as so much more stuff with other debate, stories, and concerns coming into the boxing world and beyond that we will be delving into, like with DEVIN HANEY, Ryan Garcia, SHAKUR Stevenson, and other fights. Virgil Ortiz as a fighter who potentially is going to be out of the sweepstakes of getting a fight with Boots ENNIS in the second go-round, at least per Eddie Hearn. And all of that we'll discuss right here with you all on today. And if you would be so kind, go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Yes, sir, be sure to come on in and be a part of the hottest show in all of the globe right here on YouTube and on every podcasting platform imaginable. You can rate us 5 stars on Apple, Spotify, and whatever you listen to podcasts. We're there, and we promise we will give you the best entertainment possible. You won't want to miss what we got going on. So please, rate us 5 stars wherever you listen to podcasts. Go and leave a like on the video, leave a like on this stream. One like makes a world of difference to help us go and grow as a community and channel throughout the masses all across the globe of social media. And please be sure to hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube, so you can keep up to date with every single show that we do on a day in, day out basis, so you're never out of touch, with what goes on the Welch Report. And please, if you can support the channel, we got Cash App, PayPal, links down below in the description, super chats, super gifts, stickers, and the like, super thanks, and all that you can give and support in the channel. We would appreciate oh so much. We're funded by viewers like you. We're like PBS, and so we would hope that you would want to edify and invest in our channel so we can edify and reinvest into this community all together. It helps me to pay some bills and helps us to go and make this show better for you to witness and enjoy. And please do the most important thing on this show, which is to share the show with everybody that you know, so we can keep on building up this empire together, all with you and your support. And we thank you so much. But hey, We got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. We got a lot of show that we need to delve into, and we want to make sure that we have your voice and your thoughts be heard for the masses to witness and see. So it's time to talk boxing. It's time to talk sports. It's time to have yourselves, and or rather have your chats be seen for the world to see. And it's time for the judge to step into the ring for the championship rounds. Come on, let's get it started. Let's get it popping. Let's get it going. It's time to work. It's time to shine. It's time to live it up, baby. Let's get this show on the road. And again, leading off with the topics of discussion, the most brazen thing that we can discuss on today's episode to start off the show is the question simply, who runs the face of this sport? Now, it's been a highly contested situation, and we have had many people make claims to it. But now, off the backs of Xander Zayas getting beat up by Boots Ennis, Boots has been going on a tear, really pushing the envelope of his conversation involving him being that very face of the sport and having everybody look at him in a way that, hey, I'm a different breed, I'm a different monster, and I should be the only man that can lay waste to the claim that I run the face of boxing. And I'll let him tell you for himself as we transition over into picture-in-picture as I pull this clip up right now so you can see exactly what he had said publicly, because it indeed has sparked, rejuvenated that conversation of who indeed runs the world. And this is on the Pivot Podcast with Ron Clark. He goes on public and says, hey, I'm that guy. And I'll let him tell you for himself what he feels and how he feels himself being. Right, if I can get it going. There we go. Okay. There we go. Boots Ennis on himself being the face of boxing.
Oh, every last one of them, when they see me, they be Joe. No matter who it is. Yo, bro, I'm not your bro. I don't hang with no boxing people. All these fighters, they see me in person, they want to shake my hand, be Joe. I'm not playing with these. I really would put my hands on these guys. I'm not playing with y'all. No matter what y'all think or what y'all say on the internet, or don't play with me. I'm dead serious. I get like this. You feel me?
Boots, man, welcome to the Pivot. You're in a place where everybody they put in front of you, you annihilate.
37-0, 32 knockouts. A lot of times fighters tend to get complacent.
If it get easy, get them out of there. In boxing, is anything can happen?
You said you can Floyd Mayweather and you can Tyson. Those are some big shoes to fill.
I feel like I can go in any fight and do whatever I want. I'm gonna go take them belts from them and show the world.
Channing told Bud there's a certain number you come back from.
You're doing what retired people do. We talk. It's the Boots era, he know. It's different over here, I'm trying to tell you.
He slipped up wanting to be Philadelphia famous instead of world famous.
My dad and my brothers, they created this monster. I really fight like all the three of them in one. I could have been in the streets. They kept me on the right path, kept my mind right, and that's why I'm here today. I'm glad I had the right family around me to push me.
What's the grind? Because you always hear getting from the mud. You wasn't in the mud. you had 2 pair of homes.
Does Boots Promotion promote heavyweights?
Come on, you ready?
I got about 45 seconds of pure hell in him. And I'm gonna have an asthma attack and I'm gonna throw up.
Okay, I'm caught. Here is how I have to react.
If you get hit, you gotta be in mindset like, I don't feel it. Don't get hyped, don't panic. Don't go crazy, because you're gonna get it back eventually.
I just got hit in my face.
You gotta work on your defense. You don't want to get hit.
I need to stay calm and I don't need to panic. Bitch, you don't put us in your dust.
You want to be the face of boxing?
I am the face of boxing.
Simple as that.
How will you know when your time in boxing is over?
Yeah, you gotta have the skills and ability, but you gotta have the mindset too. You gotta know in your mind that you gonna do everything you say, believe in yourself, believe in your work ethic. It definitely shaped me as a person, and that's something that I don't want to feel ever again. I'm not gonna ever feel it again.
So again, let the whole clip play because I wanted to kind of get that full, grandiose picture for the full context of where this is coming from. Now, granted, hey, I thought that clip was of him saying, "I'm the face of boxing, this is the Boots and all this stuff." Would it come a little bit sooner in that clip? My apologies. The biggest thing also, but regardless of the length of time that it took to get to that clip, he's been adamant more than ever. I'm the guy that runs this division, and I'm the dude that runs the world in the framework of boxing as we know it. Nobody has the claim to say anything except for I'm the man and you all are all beneath me. Do y'all think that's true or not? And there's some other tidbits in the clip that we can discuss that I found pretty interesting. He can do Floyd and Tyson. We can discuss whether that is actually true or not amongst us, the people. But let me see what you all have to say. As KGL Duval, what's going on with you? How you doing? Salute to you. Good to see you. Thank you for showing up, showing out, and tuning in to the show with us today. Mind you, hey, I don't own that clip. Just so y'all know, YouTube, I don't own that. That's not my right. I am simply using this for educational purposes to help prop up this show and some points to show the audience what's going on. Just so y'all know, I ain't trying to get no copyright strikes. Lord knows they be throwing left, right, and center. But let me see. Boots don't have the names to be the face right now. Interesting. Okay. All right. Now that's something. Some people may feel some type of way about that. Some people may feel some type of way with him now having Zayas as a name. Some people feel that's more than enough because of what the talent has already been, the already being unified champion at 147 and beating Stanionis, who is another good fighter. Maybe some people feel, you know what, he has done enough. They were saying that on Max Kellerman. They were saying that on Inside the Ring. Shady McCoy was saying that. We've seen discourse on social media multiple times on this very channel. He is the face. Zayas is enough to go put him in that top 5, top 3, or straight up number 1 for some people. Yes, yeah, okay, but you saying he ain't got enough names right now. Very interesting to see. Love King, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for showing up and showing out on our show. We appreciate you joining in on the chat. I love Boots and a lot of these other guys like Shakur and Devin, but the biggest name in boxing is Canelo. And so this perfect. I'm so glad you said this because this is exactly where the concern lies in this conversation. Let's be real. This is where the concern lies. We have to understand when we're looking at Boots and the whole landscape of the boxing world, he is one of the biggest names right now. But the claim to fame of who runs the face is still being floated up. You still got Canelo Alvarez that is saying, I can be and still run this whole landscape. You got Boots Ennis that just arrived in the world of he is the most spotlighted fighter that many people are looking at right now. So it's Boots Ennis, Canelo Alvarez, David Benavidez. Devin Haney has an argument for being one of the more polarizing figures that could run that field of crown that he is the face. It could be even Tank Davis, who people still say to this day, boxing misses without him. The excitement that they had with him there, and some people just dropped off the sport because they were seeing Tank ain't there. Well, I don't care, and so it's like some people still view him as he should be the most popular fighter, hence the most recognizable fighter, hence still wearing the crown of this sport runs through him. You also got Usyk right now, even after Rico Verhoeven, who was running the world of heavyweight and has been the #1 fighter in the world, or at least #1 and #2 for a good 2 or 3 years now. I've had him at #2. Some people had him at #1, regardless of which he's been at that echelon for so long. Maybe he's the guy that has that claim, as we see with Boxing Pro. Also, Boxing Pro, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. Thank you for showing up and showing out on our live stream. We appreciate it so much. But you say, now is in a way, you know what? That's a whole little can of worms of conversation with the perfection in his career that has taken place throughout his entirety of being.
And he floats like a butterfly and hits like a tree.
That's what he's been doing to every single opponent, regardless of skill level, just coming off the backs of the biggest win in his career. This is his own career's version of Thomas Hearns versus Sugar Ray Leonard, or Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler. That type of mega fight of two people meeting in the middle when the dust has settled and everybody sees this was the biggest guy that we wanted in talent and name to go and face off against you to see who really reigns supreme. You passed that test. He should maybe have that claim. He just had the 4th biggest boxing gate in boxing history, not Japanese history. It's the biggest gate they ever had in Japanese boxing history. But in the whole, there have only been 4 fights in the global scale that anybody's ever made more money with than Inoue versus Nakatani. Maybe he has that claim to fame. Ryan Garcia is another name that everybody sees right now as one of the more bigger fixtures in the sport, that no matter where he goes, what he does, who he operates around, win, lose, or draw, the public still has something to say about him, and is a constant fixture in the minds of this sport's identity, coupled with the social media aspect of him being a darling. Just had a thing where he streamed with AB, who's gotten back on his feet as a big-time streamer, going with Dean the Great. We got a whole abundance of names, an abundance of options. And we got a bunch of people that have a potential claim to this crown. Oh, and I almost forgot, Shakur. Though he just signed with Zuffa, Shakur off the backs of Tio, also off the backs of beating Oscar Valdez previously, Jamal Herring previously before that, being undefeated, being one of the best defensive boxers that we have in the sport today, and again, the biggest win of his career being Teofimo Lopez. Watching him out has put him in a potential mega fight deal with Devin Haney or anybody else that he wants to go with, because his status in boxing literally shut people up, because people were saying this brother can't sell, he's boring. Next thing you know, all of a sudden he potentially has a multi-million-dollar deal on the table with Devin Haney in a fight that would be one of the most lucrative fights of this year. Only thing holding it up is the weight clause that he's got. All of this had us asking, we got options, we got names. Who should reign supreme amongst that list? Let me see what you all have to say. Why not Benavidez? Benavidez has an argument, and we got to start breaking stuff down as to who would and wouldn't have the claim. We can start with Benavidez first. Bam needs victory and more time. That's an argument because he's only 24 years old, though he's 25-0, excuse me, with nearly 20 knockouts on his resume, and is seen right now, in my opinion, as the second best fighter in the world with the densest resume in boxing from a quality standpoint outside of Inoue and who's the other brother? Devin Haney. Just about for what he's done through the course of his career in these divisions, getting up to Inoue, now just had a phenomenal win at 118. I think he should be in bigger conversations for that. But yeah, I think it's going to take some time, even with his accomplishments, to get there. But more with how he's been fighting, I think he'll be fervently in there in the near future. I can almost guarantee you, even though his talent already should be seen as in that conversation. Same for Shakur. Now, Shakur's a little bit different. Shakur has the capacity, more than ever, to be in position to potentially take that crown, due to where his current status has been bolstered up to. With this current landscape, he is potentially 1 or 2 wins away from having that crown closer than ever to him, specifically if this fight with Devin Haney takes place. Because again, that would be back-to-back, pound-for-pound, top 10 level wins against opponents, and if he washes them out in the same fashion that he did with Tio, all of a sudden, that changes everything. That changes everything for many people's eyes in conversation. There will be many people saying, yeah, that's not only the best fighter in the world, because there are going to be people that say that if he does beat Devin Haney, if they do fight, but it's going to be, whether boring or not, this brother's doing stuff like Floyd. You can't beat him. Defensively articulate in every regard. And also, whether you love him or hate him, this brother's skill just can't be denied, and now people are paying to see him lose, but also they're paying because they actually appreciate the style when previously nobody wanted to see it. And it was born. We're seeing that wheel turning. Just yesterday, we had a show talking about Shakur. Is he a boring fighter? Crazy enough, more people said no than yes in that same poll. Because all the sentiment's changing because of what he's doing and where and the names that he's doing it against now at this magnum opus point in boxing thus far in his career. There's enough momentum. It can snowball into 1 or 2 major wins again. Can potentially give him that crown. I don't think it's there yet, but it is a possibility. Let me see. Callie Monk, what's going on? How you doing? We appreciate you on the show. Thank you for showing up and showing out and tuning in to our humble abode of a community. Please, if you like what we're doing, leave a like on the stream. Keep on chatting. We're having this whole discourse. We want to hear from you in every regard of conversation. It's still the championship rounds. That means y'all can ask whatever you want to ask in the framework of boxing or just sports in general, and we can talk about it and delve into it, because this show is driven by you, the viewing and listening public. Let me see, where you been at night to see you back? But I've been here. Wait a minute, hey man, hold on, wait a second. Hey brother, I've been here. I ain't left at all. I've been doing it every single week. The only time I had to leave was because I was on vacation. I had to go do some stuff. Was on vacation, business and pleasure, going out and hanging out with me, myself, family, as well as getting some stuff together. But hey, I ain't been nowhere. I've been right here trying to make some money. So I appreciate you found me again. And so, let me see. Love King, what about Jake Paul? I'm not even putting that but in the conversation. This man already said, I'm never fighting a gold medal Olympian ever again or anybody of that caliber. He is not a face. He was just a incredibly big sideshow that now nobody cares about because they saw him get beat. Whoop-de-doo, we're not going to see you fight nobody else, because now the only competition we want you to see is people around your age. And last time we saw that, you got put to sleep because you thought you could hang with the big boys. So he should not belong, and I never want to see his face ever again. Let me see. Duval, Devin has the biggest claim right now because all the biggest fights in boxing surround his weight class. Okay, wait a minute now. All right, this could be a little bit interesting. Devin is the only fighter now that people keep in news, good or bad. So that's a good argument. You know what? That's a good argument. That's a very good argument. That's a good argument. Absolutely. That's a very good argument. I don't think it's all correct though, because Devin Haney, all the big fights surround him right now. Absolutely. In terms of Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, potentially Keyshawn Davis, Ryan Garcia, that's about what, 3 to 4? No question. No doubt in my mind. But that's actually a really good point. He might just be the closest to that. But then again, if you look at it from a bigger perspective, even though the biggest fights surround him right now, does that mean that the public still views him as the best representation? Because again, even though it's love and hate, everybody was undeniable that when it came to boxing, I'll use Floyd as an example. Floyd was the end-all be-all for many people. Him and Pacquiao, when I think of boxing, I think of Floyd. The accolades, the fighting, the bravado, and all that stuff. I don't know if Devin Haney, even with the most laden accolades and recency of elevation, I don't know if he's in that same boat, specifically because with what we saw with Boots Ennis, everybody was forgetting about Devin Haney. When Benavidez did what Benavidez did against Zotto, everybody was forgetting about Devin Haney. And these fights were still on the table. And I think without the talks, let me rephrase it, not without the talks, the anticipation of these fights getting made is like, okay, gosh, finally, we love it, we appreciate it. I don't know if every fan is bought into the same way of fighter as Devin Haney, as we have with these other names on the list. And this is why it's such a hard question, because there's so many other variables that go into just this conversation. But again, we're probably gonna go back to this chat a couple times, because this, in fact, let me see if I can pin this. This is actually a really good one. It's a really good chat. I might have to go back and click on this a couple times. There's a lot you can take from this, but let me keep on reading everybody else's chat so we don't leave anybody out to pasture, because we got paid. Hold on one second. Johnny Durant, hey brother, hey, we thank you. We making some money, y'all. We Smacky Money, thank you for the $2 super chat. Oh, is it $2? Yeah, well, $1.99. We'll round up. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat on our show. We appreciate it so much. Thank you for giving alms to the Empire and helping support this channel so immensely. Let me see. The dude man is here. Tank better not fight Pacquiao. Look, let me tell you something right now. If you did not know, and this is also the reason why I'm saying Tank could not be in this conversation, Gervonta Davis is officially in talks to fight the likes of Manny Pacquiao. This is not a joke. This is not a fluke. This is actively and scarily real. In the worst way possible. I'm telling you right now, if he does make a fight with Manny Pacquiao at 147, mind you, he could have been fighting Devin Haney and thrown his head into the foray of conversation. He could have been fighting Shakur if he's able to go up to 147. Mind you, he also called out Bam at 118, saying he wanted to fight him, as confirmed by Robert Garcia. This brother's all over the place, and the only thing that's carrying him right now is the vestiges of memory that we had with his knockouts, not the actual consistency of being in the ring doing stuff. So, this brother's champion is all out of here. Get this brother gone. I'm throwing Tank completely out of that conversation. I'm sorry. Every time we talk about Gervonta Davis, I do not mean to go on a tangent. Be very clear. I do not mean when it comes to Tank, I don't mean to go crazy. Good gosh, no. But every time we get him brought up, it's always the same stuff. When it comes to the ending of the conversation, it's the same. This cat has the potential to answer this very question and live up to that status of fitting in the crown of being the face of boxing. He just isn't doing it himself. And if he did, life would be so much easier. It would. Questions would be answered. Debates would be settled. Hierarchies would be a whole lot more, less muddy, or rather a whole lot more fixed from the perspective of what fans can identify and be able to follow. Right now, Tank, with everything that we talk about right with this conversation, this brother still is in the conversation. And I don't think he should be up until he shows up and does something. And so until he does something, I'm sorry, I can't put his brother nowhere close to being the face right now and potentially for the rest of his career, depending on what he does. He can change this all around with 2 fights. He can change this whole conversation around with 2 fights. But it's up to him. It's up to him. Because everybody else is doing work and he just ain't. And you want that crown, you got to go get it. And right now, you ain't taking it. That's the problem. You are not taking it if you're Gervonta Davis. Let me see. People hate Haney. They do. They hate Haney. That's another problem. The hate-love balance is drastically on the side of they want to see him lose more than anything. If he lost in the sport, a lot of there's a fear that a lot of the luster against Devin Haney would not fall in the same way as it was. Because remember, he had accolades. He was doing all this stuff. He was one of the most accomplished champions even before this current heightened notoriety that he's gained right now. He was undisputed before most undisputed champions that we see in this era of boxing, when it was incredibly hard to be undisputed. He was fighting everybody. But the issue was, he still wasn't getting the same love and respect and the same appeal. And I was also giving him that respect. And even I wasn't saying that this cat was the face. Yet, there's a fear that he might not even be able to get there. Strictly because of that identity in the landscape of the greater boxing world. It's going to take a performance that shuts people up and saying, you know what? I appreciate Devin Haney. It might take that. And if he gets that win under his belt with that type of feeling where the fans, it goes from, I might not like the brother, but doggone it, I can't say nothing about that performance. That may be what can swing this into, okay, now there's a real opening. With all the other stuff he's done, he can cross that threshold of being not just in the conversation, but actually having that crown within his grasp. It's hard for me to say that he's at that because he's got the accolades to do it, and without question. But I don't think he's there. I don't think he's there. Let me see. We hope about Boots like Crawford. We do. We think he can get there, but the question is, again, he's still young in his career, and we hope he continues to shine and flourish. Let me see. Black Dreams, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on our show, tuning in today. Also funny how, let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to get this thing a little bit better. Also funny how Oscar and Virgil magically made it. Shake my head if Billy beats Canelo, that fight, that's the big fight for Boots. Well, I can't talk about Boots at 168 right now if Billy beats Canelo. If Canelo beats Billy, I don't think anybody's talking about Canelo and Boots right now at 168. If you think he can be that special, I don't deny it in the future. I ain't saying that now. That's a little bit bold. That's a little bit bold, brother. Wait a minute. Shoot. Good gosh. I think, but the Ortiz fight, yeah. Oscar changed his tune saying we want to make that fight happen. Eddie Hearn is saying that fight is more being pushed. It's not going to, yesterday's price ain't today's price the next time we talk. So it might be that fight still may not come to fruition. Because even Bozy Ennis is saying, I'm not looking at Boots and Ortiz anymore. Because we're moving on from this. So it's like one side didn't want to do it, the other side wanted to do it, and now it's flip-flopped. Hey, we did what we needed to do. We're gone. You got to go catch up again. So it's a whole drama situation. Let me see. Anyway, just did 32 million live gate. Him and Tank are the biggest faces in the sport from 160 down. Canelo, AJ are still the two biggest, I think. Now, AJ, I think, is not qualified in this conversation anymore. I don't think he's qualified for this conversation. I think not after Ortiz, but after I think after that second loss to Usyk, but again, it's not bad that he lost to Usyk. The aftermath and subsequently the performances leading up to Usyk kind of had people in a concerning effort. He was still one of the top heavyweights in the world, sure, but he was not the same guy, and I think everybody saw that. Even after fighting Francis Ngannou, boom, he looked like he can be back. AJ might be coming back to form, and then he got sparked, dominated by Damian Dubois in a fight that he was completely out of his mind, having no defense in whatsoever. One of the most backwards versions of Anthony Joshua I had ever seen. I don't think he can make that claim to be that anymore. I think the only heavyweight that can even be talked about as the face of this sport is Usyk. Tyson Fury has retired too many times, and he lost twice to Usyk. He's on a comeback trail. He's not nearly in the same vicinity as a Benavidez or an Inoue. In the UK, sure, absolutely. But on the wider global scale, yeah, we know Turkey out, she's throwing bags to Fury and AJ and all that stuff. Yeah, but that doesn't represent the boxing public eye. This brother is not the biggest quantifiable star that we got in boxing right now. He was at one point in time, but I don't think he's there anymore. He still sells. He's still special. But that crown, I don't think it fall on him or Anthony Joshua at this point in time. Let me see. Durag, also thank you for another $1.99 super chat on the show today. We appreciate the arms to the Empire. I apologize. I'm not trying to miss you all's super chats. If you're giving, please understand. I'm not trying to. I was just it came up a little bit later on my thing showing up, so I do apologize. I'm gonna get into him though. Pac-Man is 48 and looked lackluster against Bart. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa. Wait a second. He looked lackluster. I'm not saying he looked the best in the world. He looked a whole lot better than he did against Ugas, though, in the last fight of his career previously. And we were saying he should have won that fight against Barrios. In my opinion, and in many people that were watching the fight live, thank you all who showed up for that live months ago when Pacquiao was fighting. Hey, we were all saying, we thought Pacquiao got robbed. We did. We thought Pacquiao got robbed in that fight. We're not saying he's the best in the world. Be clear. And when he is 48 years old, him pushing a championship level performance at this age is still ridiculous. It's still ridiculous. He fought like somebody who would be still top 10 in that division. We ain't calling him number one, though. At least I'm not. But I don't think he looked lackluster. I will say, though, it's been, almost a year out of the ring for Pacquiao? And at 48 years old, him fighting Tank, now, I don't want to see that. Because that is not a even skill set fight for what we now know Pacquiao is. And I don't want to see it because Tank, if you can do that, you can fight the other people that we've been asking to fight for a long time. So he'll be back. Also, Duval, thank you for the $5 super chat on the show. We appreciate it also much. Hey, y'all giving today. We thank you all so much. We're not trying to avoid you all to chats, please. I'm trying to make sure I scroll down quicker. But we thank you all for the love and support and the arms to the Empire, like with King like with Duval and like with I'm trying to make sure I get everybody. Johnny Durag and anybody else who wants to give. We appreciate it oh so much. And if you want to do it, Cash App, PayPal, or Super Chats and Super Gifts, all that stuff. And we're going to keep on reading your chats and responses in the hole to see what you had to say. That would be a great fight. I hope to make it happen. It would. The only fights that get Tank back in that convo would be a Devin Haney or Corey Wynn. That he has a huge fan base. That is true. That is true. It would take one of those two wins. Devin Haney, SHAKUR Stevenson, shoot. At this point, just becoming a champion at 140 would help his production out immensely, especially with the landscape of 140-pound champions, like with Gary Antoine Russell. That would be a great fight. I would love to see that. A rematch with Lamar Roach. I would love to see that. Even that win would have people saying, up, see, the king is back. Oh, my. It just mattered him taking it. And anyway, did $13 million at the gate and sold out 55K stadium. I don't know what the pay-per-view prices were in Japan, or if it was free. It wasn't free. It wasn't free. I forget what the pay-per-view buy was, but it wasn't free. But I do know that everybody in the stands had to buy it out, and it sold out, I think, in under a day. If I remember correctly, that 55-seat stadium sold out in under a day. If I read the report right, or something along the lines of in a day or so, there were no tickets to get inside. So it was huge. And that type of pool outside of the U.S., my gosh, that's nobody, almost nobody has that level of global appeal like that we had seen outside of just about Canelo. Or again, AJ at his peak. Anyway, might be in that. Anyway, might just have that crown. He might, because he's been the most consistent. He's been the most dominant, and he's been able to sell at a rate that is better than anybody else in the sport right now, literally statistically, without it being even in the U.S. Where normally without the U.S., most people are not able to cross that threshold of stardom. It's insane. It's insane. Boxing, honestly, I'm not sure has a true face to the sport. And this right here is exactly why I brought up this conversation. This right here. Let's park the bus for a second. Everybody take a breath. Again, I see Durag, I'm going to get to all your other chats. Absolutely. I'm going to answer all your questions. But this is exactly why I wanted to have this conversation. Because of this right here. This comment. Boxing, honestly, I'm not sure, has a true face right now. That is absolutely what I believe. Without a doubt. I don't think there is a current face of the sport at this day and time, right now. And I've been thinking long and hard, I don't think it's there. Every fight of this year has set up the stage for who is in contention, but nobody stole the crown. Even in a way, with Nakatani, wasn't able to steal it. Benavidez with Zurdo wasn't able to take it in full. Boots, Ennis, and Zayas was not able to be enough to fit that moniker. Devin Haney, people still aren't bought in this, but it's truly the representation of the sport. Ryan Garcia, he's exciting, he's popular, but too many issues and problems. Tank is out the pasture. We don't know what that brother's doing. Shakur Stevenson is just getting into that zenith of his career where everybody's looking at him in a way that he can be in that domain. But nobody right now is actually there to say, I'm the face of the sport. The last person to be the definitive face of boxing was not Anthony Joshua, was not Tyson Fury. It wasn't even an old Manny Pacquiao. It was Canelo Alvarez. That's it. The last person in the last 10 years to be the guy, to be the definitive face of the sport without anybody else's debate was Canelo. It was Canelo and nobody else. He was the literal, not just the cash cow, he was the most identifiable name in the globe, regardless of where he fought, who he was against, and he had the names, the accolades, the resume, the legacy, and the excitement, and the star power, and the fan buying in ability to make everybody come into an agreement. No matter if we think somebody's better or worse than Canelo, that brother is the face of this sport. It's kind of like LeBron. LeBron right now is still the face of the NBA, even though they keep saying they're looking for a new face. He was the best player in the world from about 2000, roughly 2007, 2008, up until just about the late 2020s or probably after 2021, when he really, when that decline really started to come through in that stint with the Lakers after the championship. It's been his era, literally. But he was the best player in the world for almost that entirety point in time, at least specifically in Miami and Cleveland. Once he left, even when he started to wane, second best player in the world, maybe first on some seasons, and then third, fourth, and now he's probably the 10th best player or 10th or 9th best player in the league. That's still not bad. He's still great. But there are Victor Wembanyama's better. SGA is better. Or at least we thought he was better. Then he got outplayed by LeBron and then got knocked out by Wemby. But Wembanyama, I would say, is right now better than LeBron. There's plenty of people not plenty. Giannis, another one. We have people that are better than him, but they are not the face that controls this league like him. When he's gone, they're still looking for that question, who's going to be the man that this whole sport revolves around? The main character in the story, the face that runs the place, to quote AJ Styles. Who is the leader that not just wears the crown? This whole kingdom does not move without him in it in the same way. Who is it? And right now in the NBA, we don't know. We want to say it's Victor, but even that could be unseen up until a couple of seasons of consistency, which he's already had a great start with. With boxing, it's the same way. Canelo losing to Crawford was the last vestiges of somebody being the definitive de facto it guy. When Crawford beat Canelo, it would have passed on to him that Crawford was going to be that guy. The face of the sport revolved around him if he had stayed around in boxing. But he left. He retired. He could have stayed in for Janibek, but he hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a second. Dang it. See, this is the problem. I gotta use a different camera for today, and I was not able. Doggone it. That's the shaking the movie. Either way, regardless of which, what was I saying? When it comes to Canelo or Crawford would have been in that position to where he would have reigned supreme for boxing. And it would have been his game to run. When he retired, now it's left in the ether. There's nobody that took that lineage from him. Nobody, it's like the lineal championship. Nobody took that from him like he took it from Canelo. So we're trying to find who can run that face again. And right now, there's no definitive answer. If there was, it would be a lot easier. But I don't think anybody's done it enough to truly make the world revolve around them. I don't think so. Unless I'm missing somebody. Even in a way, at this stage, still isn't at that point. He might be the closest one to it, even closer than Devin Haney. But I don't even think he's at that stage. Though I think he should be. There might not be a face of boxing right now. It really might not. Let me see. Tim Tszyu beats Spence and Billy beats Canelo. That would be crazy. That would have butt critics in the front. It would. It absolutely would. Let me see. If AJ KO Fury, that would be a huge resurgence. It would. That would help him out immensely. But I think that fight, because it came so late, it would be more of a. Finally type of situation than he beat Fury, oh my gosh type of. It would still be a big win, don't get me wrong. I don't think it holds the same weight as it would have if it happened when it was supposed to happen earlier in its prime. After the car accident, I think people want to root for AJ. They do. I do too. Trust me, I do as well. I absolutely do. Palm Pacquiao destroys him. Oh, you talking about Boris? No, he does. He does destroy him. Tank versus Kid Austin, I'd rather see than Pacquiao. Thank you. That was supposed to happen already. It was supposed to be Tank versus Schofield. But again, Tank isn't fighting no more. At least at this point in time. So Schofield got pushed out of an opportunity. He's still fighting for a championship because now the belt, Tank is the champion in recess. Schofield's fighting for the belt separately against somebody else. Credit to him, I think a win, but still, that should have been Tank. Big Skull, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for showing up and showing out and tuning in to our show. Please keep on liking the stream, keep on sharing the show, and keep on subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. We appreciate all of you being here. First, you must establish what the criteria for the face of boxing is. So, the criteria for me, the global acceptance of we want to see you fight. The caliber of time that you face and accolades that have been able to separate yourself across multiple divisions, a pound for pound level talent, and a star power that no matter where you fight and who you fight, you will be guaranteed to make everybody stop and stare. Now, that's the vague criteria, or like a mock criteria. There's other people that got different necessary needs for what qualifies as the face of the sport. Some people, accolades don't matter nearly as much. For some people, accolades are everything to be the face of boxing. For some, it's a combination of the two and what type of fighter you are. For some, a defensive fighter cannot be a face of the sport. For some people, it can. And if you're not defensive, you don't qualify because you definitely ain't representing this sport and the sweet science in the greatest way that it should be. Some people say if you're not like Floyd, you can't be the best. You can't be the face unless you're doing it like Floyd did. Because that's some people's barometer. It's a unique criteria because it's so different for everybody. It's even more different than pound for pound because this can be personal preference even more adjusted. So I don't know exactly what the right criteria is. I just know what my criteria is, the one I just listed earlier. In terms of the star power, how entertaining you are as a fighter, no matter who you fight, if you can pique the interest of everybody, the accolades that are better than almost everybody else in the world of boxing, or at least in the upper echelon of everybody that exists right now. And some people say money should be a part of that picture. I'm not exactly sure because I think the money automatically comes if you represent as the face of the sport. But right now, I don't think there is one. Let me see. If Haney beats Keyshawn in a dominant fashion, I believe he locks up the face spot. But he'll have to continue to show and prove it. So, and I think, and you're right to some degree. But I don't know if that would actually work because of how Devin Haney would beat Keyshawn Davis. People would hate him. They would hate him. Because of how I could see, I won't say we, because of how I can see Devin Haney beating Keyshawn, people would hate him even more. The win would still be the win. He would not get that same push of support that I think we would assume he would get, because in part of how he wins. I'm not saying it's fair or not. I'm just giving you the perception from the boxing ethos. I don't think it would be the win to make that happen, because he would beat, if he beats him in the same way that he beat Brian Norman. First 6 rounds, hey, this is good. Last 6 rounds, brother, this is terrible. And now you get a unanimous decision, and this brother was just holding on. Guess what the people would say? What the world is this? Somebody beat him. Sure, it's hate. And sure, he probably get more money because people would hate him and want to pay to see him more. But guess what? That would make that fight with SHAKUR and Devin Haney, I don't think that would pique the interest more, because of, oh my gosh, I think we know what type of style of fight we're going to get. And for many people, styles make fights. Again, talking from the perspective of the average boxing fan and how they interact and go and work with who qualifies for that face title. I don't think Devin Haney would have to put on a performance that would leave the fans wanting more. Because he's got most of the other stuff. He's got a mouthpiece that can talk in Bill Haney. He's been fighting great competition. I just don't think him as a fighter, because of how he fights, would be able to crash or move up in that position. The best action-packed performance they had ever, even if you want to say it was controversial, the best fight that would have made that movement work even more to elevate was the fight with Lomachenko. A 12-round literal technical war where he had to dig deep, find a way, and it was a situation where he almost lost, but he was able to pull it out. Even if you want to say it's controversial, you cannot hold that win against Devin Haney in the perspective of, hey, brother, I may not have thought he should have won, but that brother fought his butt off. I got to give props to that, because I didn't know he had that in him when Lomachenko turned it on. He's had that. That's one performance that he's had. And then every other performance after that for many people was for lackluster. I don't want to see this guy fight. I don't want to pay to see him. He's not making me want to care about him fighting, just him losing. And if I can see you against SHAKUR, sure, I'll pay. Keyshawn, SHAKUR, sure, I'll pay. But if it's not them, do I want to pay for a Devin Haney fight? Most people are saying no. And they thought that would change with the Brian Norman fight. And then it turned out, oh, yeah, he still is elite. He still is as great as we thought. But after that 6th round, everybody was like, oh, this is why I don't pay for him. This is why I don't want to see him. This is why, unless it's those big names, I'm not going to waste my money watching him. Again, speaking from the perspective of the fans, not saying me personally, just speaking in the generality of how fan discourse was going, this is why we have a problem. It's not just the name. How he would beat Keyshawn would fit that bill or change that perspective. If he doesn't beat him in a way that has people buying into him, I don't think he'll have that same position of Monica. I don't. Also, real quick, let me take something to drink. Hold on. Time out. Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Sorry. See, I'm talking so much, I need to give myself a chance to breathe. I need to give myself a chance to breathe. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. Okay, we're good. I'm back. Let's keep on reading. Who right now isn't better than LeBron? I mean, who isn't better? Let me think. Trae Young's not better than LeBron. AD, in most people's accounts, isn't better than LeBron strictly because he isn't healthy enough to stay there. Joel Embiid is better, but also at this point in time, we can say Joel Embiid may be better, but he also is too injured for people to see, yeah, He can fit that bill. He's better than Tyrese Halliburton, even when Halliburton was healthy. He's better than most people. Again, it's only Jokic, Giannis, SGA, Wembanyama, potentially Jalen Brunson after this win with the Knicks, getting a title. Kevin Durant is in the same vicinity, but I think most people would say, based on what they had seen last year and this year, KD is still not better than LeBron. Who else? Luka. People would say Luka's better than LeBron. People would say that, I'm trying to make sure I think of all the names. Anthony Edwards. People would say that Anthony Edwards is better than LeBron right now. Though we've seen LeBron be able to elevate to and past his level in the playoffs when time is needed. But still, on the whole, most people will probably say Edwards is better at this point in time. And I feel like I'm missing some people. I'm trying to think. I feel like I'm missing some people. I think there's more. I'm for some reason I'm blanking. I don't know why I'm blanking, but I'm blanking. Probably because I'm trying to lobby different topics all at once. But again, top 10, top 15, about right now is where LeBron is, which at 42, 43 years old, literally unheard of. So he's still valuable. That's why free agency is such a hotly contested thing. Because, brother, we don't know wherever he goes could legit still change the course of that team's career. If it's good enough, you better believe they got a shot at the title. They do. Let me see. It's too early to say if Canelo isn't the face still. Now, see, Junction, what's going on with you? How you doing? Salute to you. Absolutely. But I just don't know. I don't think it is early. I think it's been past due to ask this question now. Because do you think Canelo carries the same not staying power, but the same type of leverage at his own division, let alone the rest of the boxing world, that he had before Terrence Crawford? We got to ask that. Is he even viewed in the same way at 168 before we can say he's viewed as the top dog and the face amongst the rest of the world? There's been Shiraz all of a sudden has been elevated mighty high to be able to say he may be the best dude in this division. Carlos Adames coming up to 160. All of a sudden they got him. This could be a threat. And Billy Martinez. You have names. You really do. Jamal Charlo, who is looking to move up to 168, I believe. I'm not saying he's going to succeed. I'm just saying his name's going to be thrown into the hat. There's been a bigger density and an overturn of competition since Canelo was at the top and now in his state of rejuvenation, trying to get back to the top after his loss to Crawford. I still think he's the best fighter at 168 right now, but it's not nearly as clear cut. And he still is the biggest star, but we're looking around and we're saying Benavidez at this point in time is a more substantial face in the boxing world than Canelo at this point. Especially after what he did what Canelo did, but doubled it up by going to cruiserweight. And he knocked out Zepeda and looked dominant doing it. Got people saying this brother may be able to fight against a Talma at heavyweight. There's a real argument. In fact, I even think we were saying Canelo and Benavidez is above Canelo right now in skill and in notoriety. Not all-time legacy, sure. But in terms of this point right now, Benavidez has a better claim to fame. He may be the face that runs the place than the likes of Canelo. So I think it's been longer overdue that he is questioned, that I don't think you're the best guy up here anymore. It's not bad. It's just, I think it's a fair assessment. Because if it wasn't, I think this wouldn't even be a question. It wasn't a question for, whenever this question would come up, normally Canelo would be the guy, okay, that shuts it all down. And Canelo got brought up in a conversation, who's the face of boxing? Everybody said, okay, he got shut down. It's Canelo. Even when he lost to Bivol, He still didn't lose that title. Why? Because, he fought at 175. At 116, he's still that man, and he's still top 10 in the world, and it's still Canelo. The name literally speaks for itself. And the fact that at this stage he went to try to go and be great and just failed, okay, boom. Dang, it sucks. But my gosh, he's still that guy in most people's eyes. But now, it's a different story. It's a different story. I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same. That leverage that we had him at before, I think is gone. And that pedestal, I think we talked about it before, it dropped. Or at least he got knocked off. And somebody else can take over. That's the thing. That's the thing. Let me keep on reading. You also can be globally hated, which then the people will watch just to see you lose. Devin is a heel in the people's eyes. Go follow. Yeah, he is a heel. He is. And he's even embraced that he's the villain. Yes, he's embraced being the villain. Without question. Without question. Devin Haney has embraced being the bad guy. And he doesn't care. He'll sue when people say don't sue. He'll make a fuss when people say, just handle it in the ring. And he's still handling business in the ring, he is, but people just don't like him. And he said, you know what, okay, fine. I even questioned earlier on in previous years, could he handle being the villain in the boxing world because of what it means if you lose? And he was able to actually handle it. Crazy enough, with all the questions, look at where he's at right now. And he is gladly accepting that role. You're not gonna like me, so whatever. All right, fine. It can work, and it does work. And so he is on a trajectory. The most hated man in boxing, sure. But who else is more known? Who else has that level of pull? The only issue is that type of stuff, it can't last if you lose. That's the only problem. If you lose, it can't last. That same pedestal of hierarchy. Because once you get the stuff accomplished, guess what? Now people lose the interest that they had in you in the same way. You're still a huge star, but you're not nearly the same. You ain't. Case in point, Edgar Berlanga. I despised Edgar Berlanga as a boxer. I despised that butt of the kingdom come. But when we saw him get to Canelo undeserved, I was even more hot. But the second he lost to Canelo, guess what happened to my interest? Oh, okay, he lost. Oh, I'm good now. He shouldn't have been here. I'm glad he didn't get I'm glad he got beat where he shouldn't have belonged. He put up a better fight than I expected, absolutely. But now, all right, you talked a big game, you did all this stuff, you got in people's faces, you did all this stuff. He played the villain too. And look at him now. Look at him now. This is not me trying to make fun or poke fun at him. I'm giving you an example of what happens when that villain role falls and you can't keep that up. It worked for Floyd because he never lost. It worked for Mayorga because of the fact that even if he did lose, guess what? This brother was going to fight his butt off and give you some entertainment. Margarito, big brother that could knock you out. Tall 147 or 154, I think. One of those two weight classes. Plaster in his gloves at all. And people hated him even before the plaster. But win, lose, or draw, this brother was going to give you. But this man is a evil dude. But this brother, can you beat an evil brother that enjoys dishing out punishment? A good villain also can't be a villain that's seen as cowardly. Because a cowardly villain is still a good villain. But once they get their comeuppance, it doesn't stay. Now, okay, he got his revenge. I'm satisfied. But a good villain, even if they lose, brother, you want to see him come back. The Joker, that's a good villain. Bang, that's a good villain. Madara, if you're an anime fan, Madara from Naruto. But that's a dog of a villain. If he came back in Boruto, which is the next iteration of the series, guess what? I'd be set. Why? Because I know that brother's a dog. It's a menace, man. like, it's a good villain with staying power is better than a perceived cowardly villain that once they get their comeuppance, well, that's it. Babidi, perfect example in Dragon Ball. I'm a big anime fan. For those of you that watch Dragon Ball, Babidi, the pink dude, Majin Buu, he controlled him. When he finally died, everybody was like, oh, finally, to get this nuisance gnat out of my screen and out of my life. But it was Majin Buu. And subsequently afterwards, Super Buu. And then after that, Kid Buu. That stuck in everybody's mind. This brother, that's a villain that is insane. Broly, that's a villain. That's that brother. See Broly? Good gosh. That's a monster. Brother called himself the devil, literally. And guess what? He's one of my favorite characters of all time. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him because a good villain makes you want to see him come back still. You don't like him, but doggone it, it's not the same without him. Would a Devin Haney loss change the course of how boxing would feel? That's the question. And would it change your investment in him as a boxer? Maybe not you personally, but the wider landscape of the boxing globe. That's where we would have a little bit of concerns when it comes to Devin Haney because of what type of fighter he is. I'm not calling him a coward, but the style in which he fights, clinching, hugging, holding as the biggest detractions against him, when we know he has the ability to be a legitimately, at least good puncher that can do more offensively. People are saying this brother is a runner. He's a runner. He's a track star. Whether that's fair or not, that's the stigma. And that is seen as cowardly, quote unquote. We don't want to see that. That's the problem with boxing. You remember that whole discourse, running versus boxing, who's what is what? Devin Haney and Shakur were right in the thick of that conversation. That is the dilemma. And that is the reputation that Devin Haney's still trying to get out of. Because I can't paint it any clearer than this. Ryan Garcia lost, and he's still in this same ethos of grandeur and standard of, oh my gosh, this could be still a big fight. If that loss against Ryan Garcia had stuck on Devin Haney, and it wasn't fake, or rather it wasn't a fluke, not fluke, if it wasn't muddy by PED, excuse me, and that loss with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney stuck as a legitimate loss with multiple knockdowns and destruction on Ryan Garcia's part, if nothing else sullied that fight, and it was to this day legitimate, what would Devin Haney's star power be right now? I don't think it would be nearly the same. Because when he lost that night, the reactions of the public, similar to Babidi, finally he got what was due. And quoting people from Twitter, I don't have to care about him anymore. Thank gosh. Again, that's social media. That was a larger than I expected reaction to the results of that fight. That's what would have happened if Devin Haney had lost clean. And if he loses again, or he loses from this point on, clean. That can still be the reaction to people. I think that's why that type of villain role that he's taken on, I don't know if it will translate the same way to being the face like it can, unless he just never loses. That's the thing. At least to me, that's the thing. Let me see. There's a reason Devin about to get a bag. People love to watch it. They do. They absolutely do. Yeah, and I'm not knocking him. He earned where he's at, and he won and beat people. I'm not denying his greatness of ability, without question. I'm simply giving you the optics of the wider public landscape. That's all. Let me see. When I think of face of boxing, I think Ali, Leonard, Tyson, Oscar, Floyd. Nobody today gives me that feeling. What the only person that gives me that feeling concretely is Inoue, without question. But that's me. I know that the boxing world doesn't view the same way that I do. And I know for a fact Inoue should be in the forefront of every conversation. This brother is the face of the sport, but that's just not the reality. And I hate it. And Inoue's done nothing wrong except for he is not 130 pounds or bigger. If he beat O'Shaquie Foster next, that would change everything. That would change everything. He beat Nakatani clean in a technical war that turned into, but he's got the best of you than we've seen almost anybody else for a collective, not one punch, but for a collective round. He outworked you. We've never seen somebody do that. We've seen him get knocked down by a punch. I'm talking about for a full round. Nakatani had this brother beat, and it looked like he may be able to turn this fight around, and he still was able to go and win and dominate the rest of that fight and secure that victory. It was one of the best things I had ever seen him do in his career. Because it just showed the biggest test he'd had. This brother has done everything right except for being bigger than 130 pounds. That's the literal only thing. That is the literal only thing. He's been doing great work in the same way we were saying Pacquiao was knocking out Hall of Famers, going left, right, and center, beating the likes of Ricky Hatton or beating the likes of what's his name, Juan Manuel Marquez, going to wars with all these greats and winning. The only issue is he just ain't big. That's it. That's the only problem. And he's still been able to be one of the three biggest names that everybody knows. And in fact, nobody ever disrespects him because they see exactly what he is. The only issue is he just ain't. Even with that type of success, he hasn't crossed that threshold. And the only thing is because he is not bigger than 130 pounds. That's it. If he was the same size as Tank, with what he has done already, there wouldn't be a question. Because for most people, boxing starts at 130 pounds and up, specifically 135. 135 on is where the big boys actually play. Below that, the small boys, they ain't really cared for by a lot of people because they don't know. They're not paying attention. But it should be anyway. It should be anyway being the face of the sport without question. It's just the fact that he ain't. And it's only his size that is the hiccup. Because that's been the only gripe I've heard from anybody. He just ain't at 135. It's preposterous, but it's like, it's unfair. But doggone it, that's the truth. For many people, that's the thing. But he's the only guy that gives that type of feeling to me. And again, Pacquiao at one point in time, it was Pacquiao and Floyd that were flip-flopping for who was the face of the sport. Pacquiao got it in the later years when he became one of the more beloved fighters in the world. I think him and Floyd kind of traded who was the face of a generation before ultimately Floyd, took it and everybody remembers him. But Pacquiao going 8 divisions, that was preposterous. That was ridiculous. He was, at one point in time, the most recognizable name in all of boxing. Multiple time fighter of the year, fighter of the decade, all that stuff. And so, it should be anyway. In my opinion, it should be anyway. Is Devin going to Zuffa? He is thinking about it. But the only thing that we don't know is if Shakur is going to give that rehydration clause up or not. If he doesn't, and that's the gripe, we going to probably see Devin Haney versus Keyshawn Davis on DAZN in one way or fashion. That's probably what we're going to see. If we do get Shakur versus Devin Haney, it would be on the zone. That's the only way Devin Haney signs with Zuffa, is if that fight with Shakur gets done. And Shakur team said that's what they want to do. Zuffa said that's what they want to do. But if that rehydration clause is rumored to be the thing that's holding it up, we might not get it happen. I guess, like you said, maybe Canelo by default. I don't think there should be a default. When it comes to the face of the boxing, you have to, if there's no face, there's no face. That's not necessarily bad because now we get to see everybody's got to pay attention to everybody. And you can't, now you have to see who's around the world to see who actually can take that crown. Because you can't just hone in on one person and forget everybody else. I'm not saying, this is a welcome surprise. Because without Canelo being at that top, Boots got shine. Benavidez finally got the respect that he deserves. In a way, he has been touted more than I've ever seen in his career. Tank has literally gone by the wayside to other fighters like Shakur in the limelight of persona. We keep Abdullah Mason's turning into a big time star that people are actually remembering, wanting to see. Boots Ennis is reaching that pedestal that we all said he could get to, and people are actually on board with watching him. Bam Rodriguez is getting ready to fight in a way in a mega fight in a potential 80,000 seat stadium next year in Japan. We're looking at the widest scope of multiplicity of stars that we've seen in boxing in a mighty long time. That's great. I love that. Who doesn't? Who wouldn't love that? It ain't bad at all that we're getting this type of notoriety. It's good because now, without a de facto guy, there has to be less monotony and more possibility. We have to look around. We got to watch 122. We got to watch 118. We got to watch 135. We have to watch 168. Old players, new players, old generation, young generation. Everybody now got the same chance to take the same crown because the respect isn't being held for just one person anymore. All of y'all gotta earn it, and we all as fans gotta pay attention because if we don't, we're never gonna get an answer. And this is an answer that we want. We need it. Boxing needs a face because that helps to solidify the liquidity of the sport. Boxing's a fluid sport. Changes come and go at one point in time. People retire. People become great. People get knocked out. Rising stars get sparked in an instant, like Richard Torres, Jared Anderson. Comeback stories that nobody thought would happen actually come through and are successful. Daniel Dubois beating Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua coming back and looking to get a fight for a potential one last run at a world title. Derek Chisora all of a sudden having 3 wins back to back to back when this buddy was supposed to retire well and good a while ago. Rico Verhoeven almost beating Usyk. My goodness, shook up the landscape. We're getting more possibility than ever before without a face. But a face still needs to be had so the boxing world can have a lighthouse to look to. Like with anything. This isn't because we're saying one person should be better than the other and that's all we care about. We're saying, just like with the conversation of what, is there a true GOAT? There should be a GOAT conversation. Not to bring people down, but to give something for people to aspire to. Without the GOAT conversation, where is the brass ring? Where's the ultimate goal? There's something that transcends the championship, something that transcends an MVP or fighter of the year, something that transcends just the accolades, something that transcends time itself, or rather gives you an opportunity to walk past the door of time. And that is being the face of the sport. The face of the sport is a luxury, it's a privilege that takes everything that you've done and puts it on a pedestal that because you got here, you represent everything this sport has ever represented. You are in the same breath as Ali because you were where he was. Sugar Ray Robinson, you were where he was, or rather you are where he used to be. You're standing in his shoes. You're standing in Sugar Ray Robinson's shoes. You're standing in Ali's shoes. You're standing in Sugar Ray Leonard's shoes. You're standing in Floyd Mayweather's shoes. You're standing in Manny Pacquiao's shoes. You're standing in the shoes of the greatest of all time, and you are able to leave an imprint that no matter what happens afterwards, I was here. That's it. I was here. And for the rest of time, I will always be brought up as I was here. And no matter what I do in life, you can't take away the fact I was here. And other people want to get here because I was here. That's what we need for a GOAT and or face of boxing. For the face of any sport. That sets the standard. That sets the beacon. That is the stairway to heaven. That's the ultimate prize that goes beyond just the GOAT. It's legacy incarnate. If you can get to that position, I'm the face of this sport. I am boxing. Everybody, they just don't want to be the face of the sport. I am the sport. I am the league. I am the entity and the driving force. I both have reached the bar and I am the bar. I'm not the title. I'm bigger than the title. Your belt is not bigger than me. Undisputed is not bigger than me. Because if you beat me, you beat the sport. That's what this means if you can reach that zenith. That's what this means. That's why you need to have that. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. It sets the standard. More than anything. It controls the chaos of the conversation. And it funnels it to where we don't know where to look. Now everybody knows where to look. And we know what to fight for. And who to fight. All roads lead to XYZ. Now we got ourselves a prize. There's an end goal. There's an end to the story. That's what it means. And that's why we need it. That's why we need these conversations. And without it, sport wouldn't be the same. And fans will be left unsatisfied. Let me keep on reading. I didn't mean to go on a tangent. I want to make sure I keep on talking to you all and getting your chats ready. Absolutely honest. Absolutely. And honestly, those of us beyond the casual tier don't get to decide the face. I mean, boxing fans as a whole decide the face. It's not just one person. The casual fans know what they want to see. Excitement, knockout. Can you do what Tyson did? Can you be like Ali? All that stuff. Yeah, the generalities. The hardcore fans or the above casual fans, they have the opportunity to guide where that conversation goes. The vast public still says what is what. But just like with Dean, there's many fans of music. But it ain't just the casuals that say who's the greatest rapper or the greatest pop artist or the greatest R&B artist. Not just the casuals. They help to get, they show support. But once you get into the thick of the weeds, when it comes to who's ranking who's who, that's then normally it qualifies to you got to be above a certain threshold. Everybody can't talk about basketball to say who's the greatest because everybody don't know basketball. They just know who can dunk. That's it. They saw something. They don't know the game, but they know what's going on. So they can have a say, but then it's not as informed. Their say still matters, but then it gets filtered through the critiques of the people that know more about what's going on. And that's when we start to funnel down who can be generally seen as the best amongst the best. So I don't think it's the casuals. The casuals pay money, and they make the stars. But ultimately, as the filtering process goes through, and it gets steeper and steeper, it always normally gets put out as to who is indeed that face. Because if the hardcore say it and the somewhat hardcore say it, the casuals for most of the time, they also follow suit. Because they're just following what the people that know what's going on are also saying. Generally, that's what happens. Those were all champs that knew that the common person knew. Yeah, that is true. That's a casuals category for sure. They drive the sport. Boxing's hardcores. It's like, I think it's bigger than you think. I really think it's bigger than you think. I can't say this for every sport, but I think for boxing, it's a whole lot bigger than what you think it is. In the perspective of the casual audience versus the hardcores. Yeah, the casuals are the biggest of the bunch. I think hardcores do have a bigger say than what we may be expecting. Again, in my opinion. Let me see, what happened when people thought Ryan beat him? It's changed the whole landscape until we found out he cheated. And he got praised. Why? Because of the hate period. Ryan still gets praised for cheating. He does. Well, he does. He popped. It's a mess. It was bad. Even Conor Ben, who popped dirty for eggs, he got praised when he finally beat Chris Eubanks Jr. because of, again, that whole rivalry, the story, and all that stuff. Like I said, it's going to be, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. And we are not mincing words that he did cheat in that fight with Devin Haney, unintentionally or not. That's what happened. It's just the fact of the matter. Like it's, again, I'm not saying, this is why the sport is fickle. It ain't fair all the time. Who gets the praise, who doesn't get the support, and all that stuff. And it should be more fervent and different and more definitive, the standards at which we say what can and can't slide. But sadly, that's not the case. Sadly, that's not. We can only be here just to give the up and up on what's going down and why stuff went down and what should be the reactions. But again, also understand we can let people redeem themselves. Jarrell Miller took everything under the sun. And all of a sudden, that brother's one of the more beloved heavyweights that we've seen, all because of that hairpiece. And he's been winning or going to wars with people and putting up good fights cleanly the last 3 times out. Daniel Dubois, Andy Ruiz, and then subsequently afterwards, old buddy that knocked his hair out. Still crazy to say. But even his reputation has been able to turn around. It's not bad. From the perspective of people that do it, that change and do the right thing, second chances. That's what this sport has been. That's what sports is. Opportunity, even if you don't get it wrong, you can't come back and do it one more time. Climb your way back to the mountain the right way. And because Ryan Garcia won a title the right way, now it's like, okay, this is what we wanted to see. Thank gosh. Now we can put this behind us and be able to enjoy what we're watching. Same thing with Canelo. When he popped dirty from that steak that he was eating. He got hate. And then he won clean. Then he won clean again. Then he kept on winning clean. Then, well, you made a mistake. It happened. Everybody moves on. Not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what happened. Devin Haney is the face of boxing because he is the most hated with the best resume. I don't think he has the best resume. I think anyway he has the best resume. The most hated, absolutely. Absolutely. But I think his resume is getting rivaled, though. Maybe not by undisputed status, but definitely by people that have been moving very deliberately Bam Rodriguez won. Benavidez secondly, with his jumping in weight so quickly. And the resume of names that he had at 168, then at 175 with Yard, Morrell, and Gvozdyk, and then now William Zepeda, that he put out quicker than he put out Anthony Hart. That's 3-division champion. At the weight class, the people were saying, you gonna get stopped up here at cruiserweight. And you put this brother to sleep. Literally took out his eye. I think his resume it's not as set apart. It's still set apart. It's just the fact that there's more people doing more stuff and doing it in great fashion and in a more exciting fashion. So there's a different argument for people that may say, maybe this he may not be only him and nobody else. Around his vicinity, yeah. I don't think there's anybody at 140, 147 that is as accomplished, or even 154, that is as accomplished with accolades as him. No issue there. But the gap between the wider landscape of the boxing world, it started to shrunk a little bit. It has. Let me see. Von Greenhill, how you doing? Good. Also, Timothy Taylor, I didn't say hi. What's going on? Hi there. We appreciate you joining in. Thank you for showing up and showing out on our show. We appreciate the love and support that you bring to the table with us on today. I'm trying to make sure I catch everybody that I can. Let me keep on reading your chats and responses. Wait, there we go. I'm trying to get to Vaughn Greenhill to make sure I can click on and read them. Also, Vaughn, once again, welcome to the show. So happy that you're here. We appreciate you showing up on our live stream. We probably won't see the face of boxing for another 2 years. Well, I don't think so. I think you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you what. Also, if you would, please leave a like on the stream. We've been having a great conversation, great discourse, discussing the world of boxing and the face of boxing as a whole. We love it. We appreciate it. And we want to keep having it. So please keep on liking the stream and keep on sharing the show to tell more people what we got going on. But I do think we'll get it in the next year. Because we got too many people on the edge and cusp of making stuff shake. Specifically, in a way, or Benavidez. Those two, in a way, Benavidez, Devin Haney, they got the shot and the biggest recency ability to get to that threshold. Boots Ennis, with where he's moved up to right now, is fourth. But it will probably take him beating both Ortiz and Fundor to get to that threshold. But in a way, if he beats Bam, that would be the last, before 126, that would be the last stone that anybody would have something to say about. Because even people that don't care about any of the smaller divisions, they've heard and have seen Bam. And they've at least side-eyed and say, this brother, okay, he pretty all right. He pretty good. I've had people that don't know nothing about boxing. They see one clip of this brother, and all of a sudden they're like, "Brother, who is this cat? Who is he? I don't know nothing about this division, but who is he? He's something serious. He putting people out with one punch. How did he go from left to right and parallel to the ropes in less than a second and knock somebody out? What do you mean? I was watching it with a friend at McDonald's. Crazy enough, that fight where he I forget the brother's name, but he knocked him out with an uppercut, going off that off-kilter uppercut where he like stepped to the right and then went like that with his lead hand, and put that brother to sleep. Couldn't believe it. That fight could be the fight that changes and puts him in that crown. I think it would, because then that fight might even sell out more than anything else. And at that point, the people that say that the money runs the world for who can reign supreme, they would even say, okay, this butt is selling out 50,000 seat stadiums, 80,000 seat stadiums against top 3 opponents without anywhere over here in the U.S., I don't think anybody else over here can do that. And he could sell out any arena here as well. For those that say selling out is the only thing that matters, then it could be him. For Devin Haney, Keyshawn, and Shakur, I think we'll get him to that pedestal. I don't think Keyshawn will get him ultimately over that hump. But him and Shakur, or just Shakur outright, yeah, it would. At least for the time being. And then Benavidez, pick your poison. He fights Jaya Patai and knocks him out. Oh my gosh. He goes up there heavyweight and wins. Oh my gosh. He fights Canelo and wins. Oh my gosh. With already what he's accomplished and done. One of those 3 fights, he probably goes into, okay, yeah, that's the face that runs the place. There were people that are saying under 200 pounds, they don't see anybody else being able to beat David Benavidez after what he did to William Zepeda. Actively. There were people that were saying, if this brother, there's nobody else down here that can beat this cat, that if he isn't a heavyweight or at cruiserweight. That's what people were saying about Benavidez after he beat William Zepeda, Zurdo Ramirez. So he gets one of those wins with that type of reputation. My gosh, the monster's going to be here to stay. But those will be my 3 names who can get to that potential of possibility, depending on how they win and who they win against. Let me see. I'm trying to make sure I read everybody's chat. I think the face of any sport has to elevate that sport to the next level. I will argue that Steph and Kyrie have made the younger generation want to be better ball handlers and shooters. Steph, absolutely, yeah, in that regard, yeah, I understand that. People are mimicking Steph and Kyrie every day on the street ball courts around the world. Nobody's mimicking LeBron's moves. Well, everybody, here's the thing, even without being able to mimic LeBron, everybody still wants to be LeBron in some capacity. Steph is like Kyrie Irving. Everybody wanted to be, or Steph is like Allen Iverson in the way of everybody wanted to be AI because, they can attain that. They're not tall, they're not long, they're not strong like LeBron in most respects. So, but I can learn to shoot better than anybody because if he can do it, so can I. Jalen Brunson. People are going to try to mimic his game because there's more people under 6 feet in the world than anybody. Or at 6 feet. So guess what? A small guard with a post game can actually be successful. That means I can attain that. But even with that respect, everybody still would like to be LeBron more than anything. Perfect example. Mahmoud. Was I think Mahmoud Abdul Rauf in the 90s, who played on Denver, was the precursor to Steph Curry in the way that he was moving and shooting on the court, legitimately. In the era of prime MJ, or later stage of the prime MJ, he was doing some stuff. Not as good, but he was doing stuff as a perennial all-star level player and a genuine lights out scorer and shooter that we see Steph do today. However, even though that was more attainable, because he was smaller, because he was 6'3", 6'2", and that worked on his game relentlessly, and turned himself into one of the better outside shooters and just straight up raw scorers of the 90s. It did not change the fact that everybody wanted to be like Mike, and nobody could be like Mike, who's 6'6" with a 43-inch vertical that can have hang time almost a second in the air. Who? Almost nobody. But everybody still wanted to be like Mike more than anything. The culture shifted still with Jordan more than anything in the effects of all sports. And with LeBron, he has become the literal godfather of the NBA today. The Old Testament, as some call it, to where he's just timeless, literally. And yet, I might not be able to be him, but doggone I want to be, regardless. Steph, Kyrie, they're more attainable. Brunson, more attainable. Tyrese Maxey, more attainable. Without a doubt. But they aren't changing the, how do we say, they changed what people wanted to do and what skill sets they wanted to master. They highlighted aspects of the game that had never been highlighted in that way before, without a doubt. But the influence of this sport still rides on the back of LeBron or Jordan before, or I was gonna say Kareem. Well, no, yeah, Kareem before him, Dr. J before Michael Jordan. It rode on their back. That's what I mean when I say changing the face, or as the face of the sport. You don't have to necessarily change the sport itself to be the face that represents it. At least to me. At least in my opinion. Let me see. I don't like. Oh, also, MS, how you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show. Thanks for showing up and showing out. I don't like Boots Ennis. Good gosh, dang. Great day. Shoot. Lord. Coming out guns blazing. All right. I don't like Boots Ennis and not a fan of Ennis. But he's a runner-up for the face of boxing. He's a star in Philly, now in New York City. I think we'll see Boots fill Wembley Stadium in a few years. Now, against who in Wembley Stadium, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if there's any UK-laden fighters that are at that threshold. Well, hold on. No, I'm blanking. But selling out that type of stuff, I could see it. Boots Ennis has the largest launch pad of anybody that can possibly be the face right now, which is crazy to say. Look at the conversations surrounding Boots. I don't think he's the closest to get there. I disagree with you there. I think he is the most volatile to jump spots to get there because of where he's being talked about. Like I said, for me, it's Inoue, Benavidez, Boots, Devin Haney. My four, who can be the next face of the sport? Or excuse me, Shakur. I'm sorry. It's Inoue first, Benavidez second, Shakur third, Devin Haney fourth. That's my four for the current point in time. Boots Ennis is fifth only because he just got here. But he is the most violent to jump above most of these other names to get there. Because that was being talked about. People are already calling him a top 10 level fighter right now. And this is the first win in 33 fights that will qualify for a top 10 caliber position, in my opinion. So, at this point in time, this brother, if he keeps on winning, even if it is not against Fundora or even Ortiz, with the amount of damage that can be done in this division of 135, it's still going to be enough for people to say, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Crown him already. Again, just getting here, he went from potential into he's number 5 in the world. Understand that one fight against a buddy that we all were saying, with all due respect to Zayas, is not a pound for pound level talent. And Josh Kelly also thank you, MS. Josh Kelly. That's true. Josh Kelly is also one. He's also a big name that he can fight. Absolutely, get another title, without question. But the main thing is he does not even have to fight Ortiz or Fundora to be able to get elevated even higher, fairly or unfairly, because of where he's already being launched at right now. Again, Stephen A. Smith on First Take is bringing him up on national television. He's getting talked about by Max Kellerman as the 9th and or 5th best fighter in the globe, depending on what day or time that we ask him. He's getting conversations. He can beat anybody at 168, at 175 today. What do you think that's preposterous or not? He's getting put there. He is having the highlights still circling the internet today of some of the most volatile knockouts. And specifically, this latest win has put everybody on notice in a sense that they are buying in off of the first instance in seeing him. He's got the ability to win one other fight, and that's all we need, no matter who. And this was going to jump up like Sonic when he gets on that spring. Next thing you know, he's rocketing through the air. When did this happen? Everybody's looking up, wait a second. How did he get so far? He just became a three belt champion in the division. This buddy, he didn't even, we're gonna look up, this cat, he didn't even beat Fundora. He didn't even beat Josh Kelly. This buddy fought Bowachuck. And all of a sudden, we're looking at him up here. What the world is going on? That's what can happen with the amount of kinetic potential that we see Boots Ennis have. He can jump higher than anybody else to take that crown quicker with the current conversation surrounding Boots. But on the whole, if things stayed with the trajectory of incremental upticks and other people matching or doing the same level of stuff, that's why I would have Inoue at 1, Benavidez at 2, Shakur at 3, Devin Haney at 4, and Boots at 5. Actually, I'm going to change that. Let me put Boots above Devin Haney for the time being a potential face of boxing. Because of what I perceive to be the longer sustainability of being in that moniker. Because we also have to understand, for a very long time, but Devin Haney has been a great fighter, but has never been in this conversation. We can't overlook that. He just got here, and Boots Ennis is already right on his heels and saying, yeah, he should be that dude. There's a level of it factor that also goes into being the face of the sport. There's a level of eye test that the public goes and takes into account as this guy's got it. I can't describe it, but doggone it, whatever it is, that's going to be something that's going to ripple through the world of boxing and turn into a tsunami way quicker than anybody else because it's a unique situation. It's a perfect storm of violence. We can't look away, and we wouldn't if we tried. Rather, we couldn't if we tried. Devin Haney has been winning, but just now has been in this conversation in the most prevalent way possible. And it's only because he's been attached to, in some degree, Keyshawn Davis, Devin Haney, and Shakur, all in the same time or rope of connectivity. This is not me saying that he needs them. This is me saying that for this conversation, if it wasn't for these negotiations, would we be saying that he would be in this same conversation? He still would be great without him. But if he was in the same boat as Boots, there's no fight coming up. There's no names at this point in time right directly on the dotted line. Everything is rumor, and nothing more. Would we be saying the same thing? When Brian Norman got beat by Devin Haney, the biggest thing we were saying was Brian Garcia versus Devin. That's the fight we want next. Make it happen. Outside of that, until Shakur became a possibility, we were saying, well, there's nobody else really for Devin Haney to fight. Oh, if it ain't Ryan Garcia, we don't really want to see him fight against Jin Sasaki. We don't really want to see him fight against Manny Pacquiao. We don't really care if he fought against Mario Barrios. He'll win and whatever. Sure, he can become undisputed. He'll be phenomenal. That would elevate him in the world of pound for pound. We weren't having no conversations like that up until all of a sudden Shakur. Oh, we can get a fight with Shakur? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on now. But he got multi-million-dollar deals left, right, and center. Great, phenomenal. Credit to him. I'm just looking at from the outside looking in. What the conversation was before and now, a little bit different. Without anything on the horizon, look at where Boots is already at. In the public eye, fair or unfair, he's got more potential than just about anybody else in the world of boxing to reach that zenith. Just about. Let me keep on reading. David Benavidez is not fighting Canelo, Bivol, or Beterbiev and Jai. He has a lot left to prove. Zurdo and Anthony Durrell are the only current champions on Benavidez's resume. Now, Gvozdyk took, Gvozdyk took, I think, Archie Beterbiev to the limit. Anthony Yarde has always been in the light heavyweight rankings of top 3 in the globe, just about. And the only people he got knocked out was against Kovalev, a more prime Kovalev, and a more prime Archie Beterbiev, which again, he did give a fight of the year contender. I agree that Benavidez's resume has had more to be desired than I would have liked. I'm not going to overlook that when he got the opportunity to fight somebody that was worth that weight in salt, he beat him to Kingdom Come. And we've been saying before, it's not his fault multiple times that these fights haven't been happening. Bivol was supposed to fight David Benavidez, not David Morrell, for the undisputed title. But Bivol willingly took the fight with Archie Beterbiev for a copious amount of money to go for the third rematch and not fight David Benavidez. Even with Turkey Al Sheikh saying, that's the fight I want, Benavidez versus Bivol. He still took that fight. Canelo has routinely ducked Benavidez for a number of years. Jai Patai is just is a product of signing with Zuffa. And Benavidez doesn't want anything to do with Zuffa. He wants everything to do with Jai Patai. He doesn't want nothing to do with Zuffa. Doesn't want to have any connection to that Zuffa belt. Nothing. He said that publicly. But he's been wanting and willing to fight him. Most of these situations have been external situations that have caused the fights that we want to see for Benavidez not to happen. We've covered that on multiple occasions. We still want to see it take place. We do. And we still need to see it take place in many capacities. And only time will tell if we actually get it. But just know, that's the MO of what's really been going down. If you take away money aspect, what other criteria would be set to establish the face of boxing? It would be the eye test. It would be the champions. It would be the style of fighting that would draw people to say, oh my gosh, I need to see what's going down. And it would be the gravity of a fighter to the casual and hardcore fan. The weight of, if you brought them up in conversation, what does that response elicit from people? What is it? Mike Tyson. Oh, that brother's a killer. I don't know nothing about boxing. He's a dog. And I only watch boxing for him because he's a monster. Oh my goodness. Ali. Oh, it's the greatest. Who doesn't know Ali? I don't even watch the sport, but guess what? I know Ali and I want to see him fight. Floyd Mayweather. Oh, he's Money Mayweather. He just got the clothes, the cash, the planes, the clubs, all that stuff. He's a lifestyle mogul. He is the epitome of reaching the crescendo of your career. Who doesn't want to watch somebody be able to talk that talk and walk that walk? And I can't get away from him. My goodness, I need to see what this brother's about. Even if I want to see him lose, it's still artistry and motion. And he represents motion. Because he's always got motion, because he's always going through and buying something left, right, and center. The flash of a superstar. How could I not miss somebody literally laden in gold and diamonds? Different responses, but different things that categorize that kind of identification. This is what the sport's supposed to be about, and this is who I think the sport represents more than anybody. It's my criteria is different because I said it's who you fight, the entertainment factor, and the championships, and the amount of ripples you send throughout the division whenever your name is brought up. Like Canelo was getting ripples no matter who you were talking about. 115, 118, 122, every fighter, every boxer, every single promoter, they were all trying to say we need to get as big as him. Even if he wasn't top 10, we are not him because he is everything right now. Money, power, respect, and he's knocking people out, and he's undisputed, and he's doing all this stuff, historic stuff. That's my criteria. But again, it's different for everybody. I'm not saying one's right or wrong. There might be some that are objectively wrong. I will say that. But again, it's your preference. That's just for me. That's just for me. But it's a hard topic because it's so many variables. I can narrow it down as much as I can, but it's difficult. It's difficult. Devin has the most searched name and the most mentioned boxer on a daily basis from the haters and his fans on social media. Yeah, no, his fans, they do talk a lot. They do talk a lot. Similar to Tank fans, they talk all the time. For a number of years, Tank was the biggest name that was searched everywhere. You couldn't make a video on social media without Tank, and it wouldn't get nothing but 5,000, 10,000 views. Minimum. For the boxing world, that channel, that's phenomenal. And on a global scale, you will get millions of views just bringing up Tank's name. Anything with Tank just all of a sudden got a ooh reaction. Just a rumor. This buddy was just getting close. He pressed his hair and it became a topic of conversation. What the world? That's a Tank. That is a face of boxing-esque type of persona. Now, I hate it because why should that mean anything? Chrome hearts meant more than the fight itself. That's not how I operate. A beanbag meant more than him doing work in the ring. That's not how I think. The shoes or dancing butt naked in the kitchen was more entertaining and more talked about than him actually in the ring fighting somebody that was worth his weight in salt. That's not how I think. I'll tell you that right now. You can miss me with that. If that's what we're going to say pound for pound, Sherman. But every little thing made people do something. Granted, to some degree, it's skewed because his fans and subsequently also Devin Haney fans in some regard, they act in a similar way to where they overblow everything. They do. We've seen it. Now, I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to detract it to me. I'm saying that has been a thing. But it still can't be a barometer of, ooh, every little step, something affects something. But that's happening now, and we still aren't saying that he's the face of the sport. So that's not the only thing that matters. That's what I'm trying to say. We've seen LeBron's game. Larry Johnson did everything. What? No, he didn't do everything. I remember him in the Hornets. He wasn't doing what LeBron did. 6'6", incredibly strong, great leaping ability, a really good finisher, not just a dunker. Soft touch around the rim, developed a three-point game that was able to go and hit clutch shots for the Knicks. Later on in his career, I'm not denying what he is. Larry Johnson was not doing what LeBron did. I can guarantee you. That I can promise he was not doing what LeBron did. That is not disrespect at all because Larry Johnson is a phenomenal power forward. Phenomenal power forward. Who was able to take on different roles at different stages in his career. Without question. But he ain't doing what LeBron did. Grant Hill may be a better comparison. For the point forward, Scottie Pippen, better comparison to the point forward. A Magic Johnson with better all-around ability, that's a better conversation. From the perspective of Magic Johnson was more of a passer, but at 6'9", being able to see the floor, run the floor, finish at the hoop and all that stuff, that's better. But no, it ain't many. It ain't many. I don't think there's ever been somebody that's been able to do what LeBron does. Because what he does is everything. And is a top level in every regard. That's what makes it so stressful or so hard to reach. That's the thing. If Shakur fights Foster, then Hitchens, he'll be the fake. Now, here's the thing. I'm not excited for Shakur versus Hitchens. That's the problem. I'm not excited for that fight. I know people want to see it. I know people want to say it can be fun. I am not excited for that fight. That fight would be boring as all get out. Richardson Hitchens versus Shakur Stevenson. That would not be a fun fight at all. If I'm looking at it, I respect Richardson Hitchens. I do not think he's as good as he's making himself out to be. Case in point, he had a clip talking about himself fighting against Jerron Boots Ennis. And I'm going to tell you something right now. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. There's a level of competition I don't think he should be in the ring with. Shakur and Boots is one of those thresholds. And I'm going to show you what he said in these clips. And I'll explain why I feel that way afterwards, after we play the clips. Let me play it right now so you can see it. And then we can react afterwards to it.
Feel like this, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like Boots is the best fighter in the 154 division.
Have you sparred Boots before?
Yeah, we sparred and we fought in the amateurs.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so he always been that. Yeah. I'm gonna fight him at 16. I'm like, nah, this is like being in a pro fight. Like,
you hear this brother fought Boots in the amateurs.
amateur glove.
And he's saying he feel like a pro fight for him. But yet, watch what he says next later on in this clip. After already experiencing what in the world a young Boots was able to do. Listen to what he said after this. There we go. There we go.
I was not supposed to feel like this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck? Like,
so you always knew that he'd be special in the sport?
Nah, yeah, it was evident. Like, he was a banger from young. Like, he was one of them guys that just super slick, super fast, great counter punching, and he was banging. Like, every shot he's ripping hard. He's not, it's mean and
tight. What if you moving up and then eventually you at 154, you in Boots?
I mean, shit, it's a fight that would have to happen. Like I said, I feel like I'm at that upper echelon in boxing. Right. I feel like I'm a great fighter, and he's a great fighter. So if I was ever to fill into the 154 division and we'll have to fight, I'll be happy to make it happen.
What do you think about your speed compared to his? Because he did show he was very fast.
Yeah, I think we both have speed. I think we both have speed and we both got power. I just feel like he's just a guy that's just not afraid to get in the fire and get engaged. I'm just
you have to box all night long.
I'm a little bit more like I'm a little bit more calculated than him. I feel like I don't make mistakes the way he make mistakes. So
gotcha.
But that's just him. He believes in his abilities as a fighter. You can tell.
What about in the gym though?
In the gym, I feel like most fighters fight. And like different in the gym. Yeah. Boots is the only fighter that fight the same way in the fight. You thought he had 2 headgears on the fight. He don't give a shit. Yeah, so it get like that.
So again, excuse the language for we apologize to anybody who is offended by the strong language. Viewer discretion is advised. But I forgot to say that earlier. Just so you know, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Sponsors, come at me. We still try to keep it clean. But you see what I'm dealing with when it comes to Hitchens and Boots. And Hitchens and Shakur. We got to make the fight happen. If that's what takes place, that's what takes place. So be it. We'll make it shake. That's cool. That's fine. If that's how you feel. But that's not the reality. You in no way, shape, or form should have any need to go fight Boots Ennis because you can't hang with Boots at all. It's not close. It's not close. He would die fighting against Boots Ennis. It would be a destruction. It might be the closest thing to the end of his career if he fought Boots. I kid you not. I kid you not. It would be the closest thing to potentially the end of Hitchens' prime early in his career if he fought against Boots Ennis. He would not be the same fighter. Not at all. Even down the line, if he moved up, he would get destroyed. He does not have the same level of power. He does not have the same level of speed. None of that. He doesn't have any of that going down. But the fact that he's still is entertaining these type of fights, hey, it's his prerogative. Credit to him. He's talking up the game. I get it. But he does not belong in that threshold of competition. He doesn't. And there are some people that believe he does, and they're gonna be upset when this cat, off of everybody still recognizing he got popped against George Kambosos, all of a sudden realizes, oh, this brother really can't punch like that. He's a calculated fighter. He's a tactician or a tactician and a technician more than just a knockdown, drag-out brawler. That's perfectly fine. But when he needs to fight, what you saw against Kambosos, which is what many people are hanging their heads on, that's not what's going to show up. If he fights against the real upper echelon of the one, what is he now going to? He's now going to do 147 and subsequently would want to move up to 154 based on this conversation. It's not going to look the same. I promise you. I can guarantee you it ain't going to be the same, brother. It ain't sweet up here. It ain't sweet up here with Boots. And it ain't sweet down there with Shakur. He gets dog walked by both of them. Richardson Hitchens gets dog walked by both Shakur and Boots Ennis if he fights against him. Without question. And I hate it because I don't want to see that fight. Because in my humble estimation, again, personal opinions, just so you know, you may not agree. We're just giving you food for thought. Just food. Just food. Have a feast as we discuss. And what the entree is today is the conversation that Hitchens is not as elite of a fighter as people have been making him out to be. If I'm wrong, please tell me. Explain. Pontificate, if you will, on the conversation. But in my humble estimation, I don't know why the world everybody's been saying this cat is on Shakur's level, on Devin Haney's level, on anybody's level in the framework of boxing that is truly elite, top 10, top 15, shoot, top 20. Well, I can say he's top 20, sure. But Africa has been made out to be a bigger continent than it actually is. If we want to go with the, with the joking euphemisms of his nickname. But in all seriousness, I don't see why this brother's getting this level of shine and rub by the boxing world, and everything I see from him, it is not what I have expected of somebody that's talked about as one of the 3 best pure boxers in the game. He hasn't even had a name that has justified that position. He hasn't. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, please enlighten me. Please. I have no issue being wrong at all, without question. This whole thing is built on being able to have a conversation. It's still the championship round, y'all. We still debate and discuss. But I'm telling you right now, I just don't see anything about Hitchens being this much of a quality fighter in this way where Boots is in his front view mirror. Or Shakur is directly on base with him. That's just not the case at all. That's not the case at all. At all. Good night, man. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. Because it doesn't make sense to me. Everything about Hitchens is good. And can elevate to great at times, but it ain't just great outright. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. And like I said, if you can explain why, I get it. I want to hear it. I just don't understand the fanfare. I really don't. I just don't get it at all. Also, let me see everything by John. How you doing? Good to see you. We appreciate you on the show with us. Hold on. That's way too loud. Hold on a second. There we go. I'm trying to get my sound right. We appreciate you on the show. It's amateur hour. I am just getting involved in this whole podcasting regime. But hey, we turn it real quick now. And so hopefully we give you professional level entertainment and expertise, at least to some degree. Talk about the world of boxing and beyond without a doubt. But we're just glad that you're here. I want to see, do you see Mason beating Hitchens? Now, because Hitchens is at 147 now, I would say no at this point, especially with what went down against Albert Bell. I do think Hitchens is a better boxer than Albert Bell. I have no issue saying that. Like I said, I don't think he's bad. Everything about him is good. It's just not as great. Abdullah Mason is still elevating his game. He's not better than Murataya right now. The fight that really can test his level of separation would be him versus Schofield. I think he's better than Schofield, but again, we need to see that fight take place so we can have a definitive answer to where Mason is. But that fight with Albert Bell showed some flaws, but he is 22 years old. Younger than Xander Zayas. I'm not going to hold this against him as, oh, this brother's a bum. He'll never be great. Right now, Hitchens, I can say, is a better skillful boxer than Abdullah Mason. I still hold on to the fact that Mason is a better fighter than Hitchens. But Hitchens' skills are good enough to beat the fighting mentality of Abdullah Mason at this point in time. But in a couple years, that's not going to be the case. Abdullah Mason is going to be better than Richardson Hitchens. I'm banking on it within a year or two. I'm banking on it. And he's going to start moving up quick because his body is going to start maturing like we've seen with other fighters. Because he's so young, it's going to start rapidly. I need to get bigger. I need to get stronger. I can't squeeze myself down. I might start getting weight drain. And now I'm at 140. Oh, I'm winning. Oh, I'm winning again. Oh, I became a champion. Oh my, now I'm getting bigger. I need to go to 147. Or I can just skip that and go to 154. It could be possible. It could absolutely be possible. Right now, Hitchens is above Abdullah Mason currently. Because of weight and because of active skill developed at this point in time. In the future, though, I am fully convinced Mason will be better than Hitchens. And if they ever do fight against each other, Mason will beat Hitchens down the line if they get in the ring later on. If he keeps on developing like he's developing. This may be Mason's peak, though. No, it won't. It won't. It will not. Or rather, I don't believe it will. I don't believe it will. And the reason being is because Abdullah Mason right now has successfully fixed every problem that he has had as his career has unfolded. Again, he is so young. He's got nearly as many fights as the years he's been on earth. He is already a champion, defended the belt against a brother who was legitimately a good, pure boxer. Every time he's fought against somebody that exposed something about him, he's learned, he's grown, he's matured, he's been able to adapt and change. He has fixed that while still sticking with his identity. I am a fighter, a brawler. I want to get you out of there, but I'm refining my boxing skills. When that evolution stops, that's when I can say, okay, this might be the best he can be. But I don't think it will. I truly don't think it will, because he fights in the old school manner. In the framework of, he is never satisfied with the ground that he gains as a boxer in the ring. Hitchens hates those types of fighters that know how to operate offensively and can give some real aggression and power. You just heard what he said about Boots Ennis having some crack. Ain't supposed to feel like this. But what am I in the ring with? He doesn't like power. He doesn't like aggression. He fought his way out of the fight against Lemos. Understandable. Credit to him. He got rocked 4 times against Lemos. Multiple times. Multiple times against Lemos. He beat him. That buddy got hurt so much. If Lemos was a better finisher, Hitchens would have had a loss on his record by now. Or another one. I can't remember if he's undefeated or not. If that was Abdullah Mason that caught Hitchens like we saw Lemos wobbling Hitchens a couple times, multiple times over the course of the entirety of the fight, that fight's not going the distance. Because in a fight, not technical boxing, when it turns into a fight, Hitchens is not a great fighter in the way that Abdullah Mason has evolved or is evolving as a fighter. More importantly, a fighter is the base identity of Abdullah Mason. Hitchens has to learn and has to get comfortable with a fight turning into a fight, not just a boxing match, where everything ain't about technique. It's about being able to bite down and be better inside the chaos. He doesn't like chaos. Abdullah Mason can get you where Hitchens is as a boxer. Abdullah Mason can get you where Richardson Hitchens is as a boxer. Hitchens cannot get up to the level of Abdullah Mason as a fighter. There's a difference. There's a difference. And when that time does come, because I think it will, you're going to see. At that point, Mason's going to be better than Hitchens. And he'll be able to beat him. Not right now. Couple years. As he moves up, he'll be able to beat him. I have no doubt in my mind he will be able to beat him. Let me see. Tank Davis, Shakur Stevenson, Mason Foster, Keyshawn Davis, Hitchens, and Russell need to fight in a tournament. It would be big for boxing. All of them racing to fight Pitbull Cruz, El Rayo is a waste. Look, man, with the current landscape of 140, between 147, 140, and 135, specifically 140 and 135, there's so many names that could fight each other. Yeah, a tournament would be perfect. This is perfectly built to have a tournament. You got 2 essences of rematches, Tank and Isaac Cruz, Tank and Lamont Roach versus Hitchens, Lamont Roach versus Foster. If Foster comes up to 140, Shakur versus Tank, Shakur versus Mason, Shakur versus Keyshawn. If that actually happened, all these names could actually come through and face off. It would be a huge tournament. Huge. It'd be perfect. It's the perfect storm to get an undisputed champion. At 140 pounds, if we're going to be completely honest. Because most of these fighters are at 140. Most of them. Or can get up to 140. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I would love to see that. You're absolutely right. It will be a perfect storm of a fight. Let me see. He fought a guy that was out the ring for 2 years. Schofield. Excuse me. Let me slow down. We just saw Mason get tested against Albert Bell. Hitchens is the champion. Got to keep it respectful. Again, that's why I said he's better than him now. Down the line, I think he'll get better. But I respect Hitchens. I just don't like him as a fighter. But I respect him. I've never disrespected him as a champion level fighter. Trust me, I've never done that. I just don't like watching him fight. That's all. I just don't like watching him fight. But let me see. He fought the guy 2 years out the ring. Schofield, Kermel Moulton, Mason, these guys Mason got these guys to worry about. He does. Who is a better boxer, Tevin Farmer or Albert Bell? Ooh. That's a really good question, actually. You know what? Crazy to say. I think Tevin Farmer's a better fighter than Albert Bell. Albert Bell's undefeated without question, and Tevin Farmer has had losses. But we've seen Tevin Farmer, the record doesn't reflect his skills that he does have. He has been able, especially with the up and downs of his career, when he got the ball rolling, really, he was like, oh, shoot. But it's incredible, legitimately. And when he got beat by Schofield, that was such a huge win for Schofield because it put him in contention for a title. And who Tevin Farmer was, especially out the backs of those two wars, Williams and Payton, everybody was like, I don't care who he fights against, that brother will give anybody at this division a load of problems. Don't matter. I don't care if you think he's better than him or not. No matter who fights Tevin Farmer, he will give them a world of trouble. Because we know what we're seeing from this cat. That record doesn't reflect how good he actually is. He's good. And he can upset you on a dime if you ain't bringing your A game. And the fact that Schofield got him out of there so quick made us look at Schofield completely differently because we did not expect that test that was seen as that tough to be passed in such high regard. With, again, the prep time, knowing the opponent and all that stuff. Abdul Mason, to some degree, that was a short notice fight, if I recall, because he was training against Joe Cordina. Training for Joe Cordina, excuse me. So, changed a little bit of stuff. Doesn't change what the fight was. Just providing context for the whole. But, I think Tevin Farmer is a better boxer than Albert Bell skill for skill. Again, for me. Also fought against a higher level of competition. That's just me, though. But both of them are tests. Let me see. With that said, Schofield takes out Bell first 6 rounds. I'm not mad at it. Well, you know what? That's fair to say. I don't think Schofield would try to box as long as Abdullah Mason. Abdullah Mason's second half of the fight turned it into a fight. But starting off, he was trying to box with Bell. Bell was pulling out tricks that Mason wasn't able to get around. The length, the height, the awkward way he punched, it was a different situation. When he turned it into a fight, that's when stuff started turning around. Going downstairs to the body and all that stuff. Some of those same issues would still be had for Schofield, but he wouldn't try to box with Bell nearly as long. Probably by round 3, okay, I'm gonna just go and we're gonna try to turn this up, and forget trying just to jab with them, play the range game and all that stuff. We going chest in, and we're gonna make you feel the presence of my power from now up until as long as we need to go. I'm not going to let you be able just to go and avoid me in this chess match. We're going to turn this into a straight up bullfight, as in 2 bulls clashing against each other. Can you take that power early and often for as long as the fight goes? Schofield, I think, would do that. I agree with that. I do agree with that. I think I would say more so 7 to 9 rather than 6, but earlier, because he would try to go for it earlier as well. Let me see. Boots Ducking Virgil, how you doing? I can't tell if it's a statement or a user, but how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for showing up and showing out on our live stream today. Also, if you would, we got a bunch of people in the chat. Hey, keep on liking the stream and keep on sharing the show. We've had a whole abundance of fun. I think this has been a phenomenal show that we've had together. Like I said, this is the championship rounds of the Welch Report. If you didn't know, that means that you can ask whatever questions, comments, concerns, debates, or absolute just inquiries that you have on the sports world of boxing and beyond, NBA, NFL, all that stuff. More questions surrounding the wider scope of the boxing landscape. You can ask. The whole floor is yours to have on whatever you want to discuss for however long we may go. And hey, with you all here, we're having a great time. So please keep on liking the stream, keep on sharing the show, and if you can support the channel, hey, Cash App, PayPal, super chats and super gifts galore. But just you being here and liking the stream and share the show, does the most stuff for this channel. So we appreciate you and thank you oh so much. But back to the conversation at hand when it comes to the world of you all. Somebody reading off of where's it? Reading off of Boots ducking Virgil's comment. He got exposed on the Ring Show, and his own father said he don't want no smoke, or he don't want to duck Duke. Now, who is this in reference to? Your username? Is this in reference to Boots? Or is this in reference to Schofield when he was on the Ring Magazine show talking about avoiding or fighting Abdul Mason or somebody else? If this is talking about Boots, we can talk about Boots. Ain't no problem with that. We can go there if we want to. But maybe not. Hold on, I thought I had a title card. I thought, well, you know what? We can go there if we want to. If we want to. We can go there if we so choose to get in and steal a championship round. But if this is about Boots Ennis, and I think I can bring up the clip of him talking about going and fighting or not fighting Virgil Ortiz. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. While I'm looking for it, I can read off a quote about what Boots said in regards to his team. Well, no, I'll say that for later. Let me look up the Boots clip of him discussing. Here it is. I got it. Talking about Boots Ennis, Bozy Ennis on Fight Hub TV. Fight Hub. Yeah, Fight Hub. On Fight Hub TV, talking about Virgil Ortiz and that fight potentially happening and how they are at this point in time looking in different directions because we are leaving you in the dust, per Bozy in his own words. But I'll let him tell that for himself as we transition over into picture and making sure everything is able to play correctly. Hold on, we don't want no buffering. And there we go. I'll let Bozy in this tell you exactly how he feels about Virgil Ortiz and Boots fighting each other.
Josh Kelly. Okay. You know, Boots want to unify the titles. You know what I mean? What I mean by unify, be undisputed.
You know, a name you didn't say is Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, but we don't even think about him now. He made us wait. When Boots got in the ring, said we going to fight, sign a contract, and then all of a sudden, him and De La Hoya fell out, and now they all back together again. So what do you think that was? You know what I mean? At that time, they must didn't want to fight him, but you want sounding. You want someone come on in the ring and all that stuff. So you know what I mean? I ain't said talking nothing bad about him, but that's the way it seemed to everybody now. You know what I mean? So he's on the back burner.
So as you can see, conversations with Virgil and Boots, no matter if stuff may seem like it may go down and happen, right now it's a little bit more how do we say muddied, that we may not see them get in the ring with each other, or rather get in the ring in the same way in that we thought we would earlier in their career. Hold on, wait a second. I'm trying to make sure I got my. Hold on, stop. Wait, hold on. The scene ain't changing. Why is the scene not changing? Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a second. Are we froze? Am I stuck? What? Hold on. I'm not trying to. Hold on, yo. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'll stop maybe. Wait a second. Okay, there we go. I thought something was going awry. But looks like that fight ain't happening no more. And per Boots' own words, it seems like it's the other way around, that Boots is getting ducked by Virgil. And now they're trying to come back around. But again, in the words of Eddie Hearn, stuff ain't what it used to be. And the price is not the same. And I'm going to play that clip with Eddie Hearn later on in the show. Let me see. Beat Skull, you also have more to say. Like with, I think Virgil should fight Brandon Adams. The winner then gets Boots Ennis. Now, that is a phenomenal idea. That's an incredible idea. I'm all for that. Hey, I'm all for that. Who wouldn't be? Who would be opposed to that type of fight happening? I don't think anybody. I would assume nobody would be opposed to that fight happening because of the well, I don't want to say activity, but because of the intrigue that would bring to the table when it comes to storylines and Boots and Virgil having a bigger magnum opus of a fight. And if you can't get it one way, do it another way. Still be active and go fight some big names. I'm down for that. Let me see. What is Virgil's biggest payday? Largest draw, 12 million. He doesn't even deserve half of that. Now the numbers wise for the amount, I'm not exactly sure. I think even though Boots is a bigger star than Virgil Ortiz, I think that is fairly real. That's fairly concrete. He's a bigger star than Virgil Ortiz, without a question. But he is still one of the two biggest names at 154. I don't think you can get away from that and say that wouldn't deserve a level of money. Now, how much money? That's a whole other conversation. Because of what could have happened, and now what is happening, it's a whole different ball game of what the price is going to be for what you can get. Especially now that I got the belts, when you had ample time to be the man to hold most of the gold, to give you more leverage, to give you more money, to make this fight happen. So now it's a whole different can of worms. Whole different can of worms now. For what exactly they're going to be able to ask for. Does he deserve a good chunk of change? I'm not denying that. Will he get that same chunk of change? I am denying that now. With what we see with Boots Ennis and Eddie Hearn. In fact, let me see if I can find that clip of Eddie Hearn talking about his situation with Boots, and here it is. Yeah, right here. I found the clip right now. I'm gonna get ready to play it. But let me, it's 2 minutes. Dang it. It's 2 minutes. Okay, let me read off your chats first, and then I'll play that clip afterwards of Eddie Hearn. Let me see. Johnny Blaze, how you doing? What's good with you, brother? What's up? Good to see you. Salute to you and everybody in chat. We appreciate you showing up and showing out. And Johnny Blaze, let's read what you have to say on the day. In your opinion, is Boots and Virgil the two best guys at 154? I would say yes. I would say yes. And I would be remiss if let me, there we go. Had to make sure my stuff was working. I would be remiss if I didn't say the best fight at 154 between the two best fighters at 154 would not be Boots and Virgil Ortiz. There, even with Fundora being the biggest X factor, I think that he is the best fighter I think he is the second best fighter out of this division as a well-rounded, skillful, and powerful talent. Fundora isn't nearly as skilled, but he is definitely athletic enough with his physique to be able to give and put out anybody in this division. That's not a question. But who's the best boxer here? It's Boots number 1 for me. Virgil Ortiz number 2. Fundora number 3. That would be me. And skill for skill, Boots Ennis won't have a better, well-rounded fighter to go against in this division than Virgil Ortiz. I don't think that's a debate. This is not me saying that Fundora should not be seen as the biggest threat in this division, and depending on how you view this division's rankings, you may still see him as the number 1 best guy right now. Most people have Boots, but if you have Fundora as still the best dude at 154, I'm not upset at you because he's been here longer, he's beaten more names, and he's been able to elevate his own game and still be destructive. I'm not upset at that. I'm just telling you, I think if I'm going to rank them, Boots number 1, Virgil number 2, Fundora number 3 in skill. But as an outright ranking of boxers in this division, with everything taken into account, Boots number 1, Fundora number 2, Ortiz number 3. But the best skillful guys are Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. The biggest dangerous factor would be Sebastian Fundora. But the best fight would be Virgil Ortiz versus Boots. Because that would be that's the only other comparable skill for skill talent that 154 has at this point in time that is seen as on the same level as Boots Ennis. It's not disrespect to everybody else. That is the understood notion. Because before Boots got here, guess who was being talked about as the best boxer in this division? Even without a title. It was Virgil Ortiz. I don't think that's changed. Except for Boots, I think is above him. But Virgil's still the second best guy. Purely as a talent. But outright rankings with championships and all, it's Boots number 1, Fundora number 2, Ortiz number 3. I think that's fair. I think that's fairly fair to say, in my opinion. I think that's fair. But I appreciate the question, absolutely. Brandon Adams is from California. Virgil's from the West Coast. That fight will be big. Now, I think Brandon Adams, no, you're right. It would be a good fight. I don't know if it would necessarily be a big fight. It would be a great fight. But a huge fight, I'm not sure if it would fit that same moniker of drawing the interest of a bunch of people. Or as many as you would think. It would produce an incredible product, without a doubt. I don't think Adams is big enough to turn that fight into a very, oh my goodness, oh shoot, everybody needs to pay attention to this. For people that are like in the boxing framework, yeah, that's a good fight. Oh gosh, that's an insane fight. Especially after what he did to the likes of Bocha, beating him twice and knocking him out. That would the perfect storylines all equate. That would be a great war. But I don't think it would be as big. Or I don't think it would be big as a event. But it would be a great fight to happen. And looking at where Brandon Adams is right now. Let me see. We Fight All Night. Welcome back. How you doing? Thank you for showing up once again to the show. Salute to you and everybody else in the chat. Please keep on liking the stream and keep on sharing the show. Now we got 13 people here. Good gosh, who went from 3 to 13? Everybody's tuning into what we got going on. And if you all would like it, or if you all would like to stream, we can get more people coming in on the conversation. We may just go 3 hours tonight, or 3 hours, 30 minutes, with how good we've been talking all day long, or rather for the amount of time we went on our show. But we appreciate the support and we appreciate the love so much, without a doubt. Adams pulling from Adam. He pulled from the fight. Wait a minute. Oh no, Adams pulled from the. Dang it. I'm gonna check if that's true. I didn't know he pulled out from that fight with Backward. Doggone it. Shoot. That would have been entertaining. Let me see. It's me, Pops. What's going on with you? How you doing? Salute to you. Thank you for showing up and showing out on our stream. John Ennis, no doubt, in terms of who's the best in the division. Again, understand, there is debate, but it is fair to say Boots has qualified for being in the number 1 spot if you feel he's number 1. I think he's number 1 too, but but I think he's done enough to do that. Let me see. Kitchen Heat, what's going on with you? Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing out. We appreciate you joining in on our show. Bro, you the boxing grand. Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe not Grand Wizard. Maybe, hold on now. What did he say? Hold on now. Wait. Hey, maybe not Grand Wizard, but I'm a Wiz. I ain't no Grand Wizard now, but I thank you for the. If you got a reference, you know. Dang it. Oh, dang it, Jalen. If you were watching this stream, you would be Jalen and D. Both of y'all, if y'all watching this stream, y'all would be cracking up right now. Doggone it. I got to try to get y'all on here. Again, the friends of mine. I wish I were here. Oh, gosh. That would have been funny. But I digress. I'm just cracking jokes. Thank you for the well wishes. And hey, I don't know everything. Be clear, I don't know everything. I am just here trying to give you all some fun. Like I said, we do boxing and the NBA and the NFL. We cover a multiplicity of sports. Primarily, we're just a boxing channel because that's what everybody wants to ask for. And that's the only thing happening right now. Unless LeBron goes and all of a sudden, poof, he's signing with LA, or he's signing with Cleveland, or he's signing with Miami, or shoot, he signs with Orlando. Who the world knows where this brother's going? But there ain't nothing else going on right now except for the World Cup. So, hey, we cover what we cover. But primarily, we are a boxing show. But we appreciate it. I'm glad that you think I know a lot. And hopefully, I can keep on. I can keep on faking that sentiment. No, I'm just kidding. I'll keep on giving you all entertainment. I think Boots fights Bakram next. I would not be mad. Now, would Bakram... Well, here's the thing. How long is Bakram going to be out? Because it took him a year last time to come back and fight in the first place. Is it going to take him another year to come back and fight again? That's the question. I would hope he goes after Josh Kelly before anything. Because that's the fight that people want to see. More than anything. Or not more than anything. But that's the most relevant fight of a moving and upping in career that we could see. I don't think it would be mad to say Kelly should be the favorite option for the next step up if Fundora can't be made, which again, Fundora's got a fight right now. So after that fight, if Fundora can't be made happen, Josh Kelly, or better yet, just go after Josh Kelly right now. That's a logical step, I think, in my opinion. They all on the zone, figure it out and make the fight. Look, hey, that's what everybody's saying. You got the money and you're all in the same house. Go and do some stuff and make some work done. I'm with you there. I'm fine with that. Absolutely. You have to make stuff shake. We want to be able to not speculate. We don't want to speculate. We want to make stuff happen. Why did you have Virgil above Kelly, Murtazali, Xander, and Bakram? Well, he's definitely better than Bakram. He is definitely better than again, Zayas is a great fighter. It's clear that Virgil Ortiz is better than him. Throughout the course of watching him fight his entire career and Xander getting to this threshold, nobody was saying that Virgil was ever not better than Xander, even as Xander was elevating up. Josh Kelly beating Bakram was an insane upset, but he was not on the radar of, he can beat Virgil Ortiz. He was not on the same radar. He can be Virgil Ortiz. I don't even think he was on the radar to be able to say he could be a good fight for Madrimov. But I don't think anybody was even saying he could beat Madrimov confidently before the fight with Bakram. And even now, there's still, if there was going to be a fight of potential closer skill sets, Madrimov, Josh Kelly, that would be a very interesting fight to see made happen. At least to me. But on the whole, it's like, I think he's better. I think all these names are not bad. And again, Murtazali getting beat by Josh Kelly. Murtazali beating Tim Tszyu was the biggest win of his career thus far. It was an incredible, shocking sentiment. And he almost solidified that talent threshold by beating Kelly. But then Kelly was able to go and win the fight. Upset him. And now people aren't as high on Bakram. Also, Bakram's inactivity makes me think he isn't going to be able to get better because he's not fighting enough to get better. Ring rust is a real thing. Inactivity does affect the body and mind in the psyche of a boxer. Because for some people, it works out, but for others, you're not doing or in an environment consistently to force yourself to elevate. And now Bakram needs to elevate. To be clear, he was supposed to beat Josh Kelly. And the fact that he didn't has everybody questioning him. He needs to evolve now. But he's not fighting enough. When he was a champion, he barely fought. He didn't fight at all. Except against Josh Kelly. It was over 300 days his brother didn't fight. After the biggest win of his career. That's a problem. I don't care who you are. That's a problem. And so we haven't seen no evolution. So I can't say, he is better, because I don't think he was ever better than Virgil in the first place. That's why I say that he's better than them. Again, if you don't think so, we can debate and disagree, but that's what I see. Due to safety concerns in Russia, could be deeper, though it might be, maybe. Although during that whole year-long sit-out, he was saying, I can't make a fight with anybody. No qualms with the government, no qualms with the state at hand, just straight up him. Nobody wants to fight me. I can't get something done. Those were his words. We even played that on this show roughly a year ago, talking about where the word is Bakram. Because by his own account, there's nothing else holding him back from forcing a fight to happen except for people are just avoiding it. Well, now, people ain't avoiding you no more because you need to get a fight and you still aren't actively saying stuff to make a fight happen. There's no noise coming from Bakram. That was a problem when he was champion. It's a problem when he's not champion. You got to make us see something because there's no vision right now for what you're going to do. That's the problem. Let me see. Could be the IBF rehydration clause. Maybe, but if that's the case, he just needs to move up. If that's the case, in terms of Bakram, that's what's holding him up. He needs to move up. Go to 160. If we're talking about the IBF rehydration clause, when he lost the title to Josh Kelly, I believe it was the IBF. If I'm completely off base, please correct me. But if that's the case, move up. If the weight is the biggest problem. The Boogeyman name still lives on. Kelly denied that rematch, which is why he is fighting next week. He did deny that rematch, understandable. But still, Bakram, I want to see him do something. If you can't get Josh Kelly, make a move. Fight Virgil Ortiz now that you've been in the league with the big boys. You want your position to get a shot with the title yet again? Go beat the biggest guys out there. Do it now. If you're available, schedule something else to make happen. You can do that. And I would hope we see that in the near future. Because if he is ready, I want to see him fight again. I want to see him get better. If he gets better, his body could be a destructive knockout force for anybody. Good gosh, I want to see the better he gets, the scarier he can become. And the more depth this division can garner. I'm all for it. I just need to see something shake up. Yep, Kelly has a fight on the 25th on the Joshua card. Yep, against Paringa, which I forgot. We were supposed to talk about Anthony Joshua today. Doggone it. Shoot. Lord have mercy. You know what? We'll still get to that. We'll still get to it. Let me see. Mr. Miyagi, how you doing? Salute to you. And thank you for showing up on the chat with us today. Bakram can't get a break. Like I said, we're not trying to bash Bakram. Be clear. I'm simply explaining what I want to see. Because I know what Bakram can be for this division. But I also know what I've had as a problem with Bakram before he became a champion. And during his reign as champion. He can go and change all that. Even if because he's ready right now. He is ready right now. Just like we say with everybody else, make a pivot, make a move, and do something else. Absolutely. But yes, Bakram did deserve that rematch with Josh Kelly. Yes, that should have happened. I'm mad that it didn't happen. But the wheel keeps on turning, and I just want to see what he can do. Imagine if Boots Ennis, from Mr. Miyagi, imagine if Boots Ennis actually fought Bakram as the first fight at 154. His stock would have been through the roof. Brother, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you. If you think, and I say this verbatim, this is why we now are in the world where Boots Ennis was great, or is great, up and out for the world to see. If we had seen him fight Bakram first, there would be a very more concise conversation. Who's up next for the face of boxing? If that had happened. Because he would have done what Devin Haney did. He would have. If he had fought Bakram first, he would have been following in the footsteps of Devin Haney. We're taking tests immediately. In a way. We're going to the deep end from the jump. And if we go from the deep end from the jump, not only does everything else look like easy pickings, brother, the world would have been saying, oh my gosh, put this man at 160 now. Because if he did this to Bakram this easily, ain't nobody beating him. It would have changed everything. It would have changed. Most of the discourse right now would have shifted from a 50-50 fight to a potentially 60-40 affair. if it was Bakram and Zayas instead of Lima and Zayas as the first 2 fights in his career. Great day in the morning. You think he's getting glazed now? If he had fought Bakram first, this brother would have been, he's top 3 already. Yeah, without a doubt. He's fighter of the year. Without question. Who? Devin Haney who? Devin Haney who? Canelo who? I dare say who would have people putting this man in the same calibers anyway. With what we're seeing him talked about as right now, it would have been blown completely out of proportion. And that was the first fight. The great day in the morning. My gosh. Oh, shoot. That would have been insane. That would have been insane if that was the first fight he had at the division. Let me see. The issue is on Adam's side. Bakram was ready to fight. After the purse bid, Adams pulled out because he was putting the fight in Russia. Okay. Okay. That clears some things up. Okay, well, I appreciate the dissection of what was going down in the moment. Let me see. A staying active is important for Bakram. It is. Any activity at this point, I need to see. And there's plenty of names, even if you can't get Adams. There's plenty of names you can fight. Fight Bolcha. Bolcha just got beat by Adams not too long ago. Go fight him. You beat him, you get your stop back up. Connected to Virgil Ortiz because Bakram is connected to Virgil. That's a through line. You got yourself a potential fight in the making with a big time player. And you're right back into the fray. Who wouldn't want that? Woo! Great. I'm not saying it's a perfect plan. I'm saying it is a plan that requires activity. Listen, you got to stop. Boots hasn't fought enough champions to be compared to anyway. Hey, no. Hold on. I'm not talking about. I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying that. I am saying if we had seen Bakram and Zayas be the first 2 fights that Boots had fought in his career at 154 instead of Lima versus Zayas, the conversations around Boots would have been even more blown up than what we're talking about right now. And people would have been saying, though it's ridiculous still, put this brother have had it in a way already. He beat the boogeyman and the next big star in his first 2 fights in the division. Oh my gosh, this brother, you can't kill him. There's nothing you can do. It would have been even more belligerent of what people would have been saying in reckless abandon about Boots Ennis. I'm not saying he is on par with anyway. Be clear, I'm not doing that at all. I'm just saying that would have been the reactions if those were the first 2 fights, because it would have been insane. Because beating those 2 would have been insane. Am I wrong? If those were the first 2 fights, it would have been insane. And it would have caused people to go insane with their responses. I guarantee you. I promise you. Let me see. Ryan Grace. Also, Ryan, how you doing? Welcome back to the show. We appreciate you on our live stream. Again, please keep on liking the stream. Keep on sharing the show. Keep on discussing. We're talking about the face of boxing. We're talking about Boots Ennis, Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, SHAKUR Stevenson. We're talking about fights upcoming. We're talking about Eddie Hearn. We're talking about it all in the greater landscape of the sports world, because it's still the championship rounds, ladies and gentlemen. We still got time to hear your thoughts and opinions on whatever you want to discuss in the world of boxing and beyond. We want to hear from you. Hopefully you'll keep on liking the stream and hitting the like on the stream and sharing the show. And quick plug, if you want to support the channel, we still have Cash App and PayPal and links down below in the description. Super chat, super gift, stickers, and the like, all for your viewing and listening pleasure. If you want to come and help us edify the show and make it better, helps me to pay some bills. Oh, please do. Oh, boy, my economy's tight and money ain't right. Not right now. So if you would, it would help me out immensely to help me go ahead and edify the show, to make it better for you all to witness and enjoy. But let's get back to the world of boxing as a whole. In the framework of your conversations and thoughts. Bakram will definitely get stopped by Boots. I do think so as well. Now, Bakram could severely rock and damage Boots Ennis. I'll say that. I'll say if Zayas can put him on wobbly legs, Bakram sure enough can knock him out. I completely agree I do believe that. But I don't think Bakram will get the chance because he's too flat-footed. That brother is going to get peppered and beat up and get circled around the ring all at the same time. And then he'll get stopped. I do believe that, absolutely. There's actually no face of boxing unless we say it's still Canelo. Well, it's not Canelo, not right now. So I agree. There's no face. I think I said that earlier in the show. There's no face. There isn't a face. And I can't remember who. Somebody said it in chat. There probably won't be a face of this sport up until next year. We are setting the stage this year. The crown gets placed most likely next year as to who runs this sport. It ain't Canelo. I don't think it's Canelo anymore. I don't think it is Devin Haney. I know it ain't Devin Haney, actually. It ain't Shakur. It isn't David Benavidez, even though he is very much exciting. It isn't Boots Ennis, even though he is being pushed heavily to get there. It's not Usyk, especially after Rico. Definitely ain't Usyk. Or Tyson Fury or Anthony Joshua. The most accomplished in all facets of life in boxing is Inoue. But even he, I don't think, though he has everything to be the face of the sport, he isn't the face of boxing. So I don't think there's one solidified. A global face that runs the place. I don't think there's a guy. And I want there to be a guy, but there's not a guy. And Canelo, at this stage in his career, he can't get back up to that threshold. Not right now. He is in the shuffle. And I don't think even if he wins, he can get back to the top of that shuffle unless he goes on a tear. Again, he can. He cleans out 160 and becomes undisputed again. Yeah, he beats David Benavidez. That can happen. That shuts everything up. And you're right. You're right. Beats. You're right. He got dethroned by Crawford. And actually, this is actually a perfect segue. This is actually a perfect segue for Terrence Crawford. I wanted to play a couple of Terrence Crawford talking about him wanting to fight Janibek. I finally found that clip of him wanting to fight Janibek, and he would have done it. But if he had kept on fighting, he would have been the face that he would have been. It would have been him. But because he retired, he got left in the shuffle. Let me see. The face is shared by the four kings: Tank, Ryan, Dev, and Shakur. These four names drive more stories in boxing, hands down. Yeah. Yeah. I'm thinking because I want to make sure what I'm about to say, I say it right. The four kings shared. In fact, let me make sure I record this. This is shorts material right here. This is shorts material right here. But listen closely to this. The four kings shared the spotlight when it came to the boxing world. Sugar Ray Leonard, Roberto Duran, Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns. They shared the division, and they shared the boxing zeitgeist. All of them were at the top, absolutely. But there was a face still that was above the four. They did not share the crown. They all fought for it. It was four people dancing, but the spotlight was still on one man, Sugar Ray Leonard. He was the leading face of the sport at that point in time when he was on top. Amongst those four and even beyond. He was. You can't share the crown. You can only fight for it. You can share being the best in the division, sure. That can be a tie because it's muddied. But the face, there's one definitive name. They didn't share one. They didn't share that. It was Sugar Ray that was the guy, even though the Rand was dominating at 135. Tommy Hearns was moving up and down in divisions, and Marvin Hagler was going through and dominating at 160. Ryan Garcia, Tank, Devin Haney, or Shakur, or if we want to throw the other names, because I don't think Tank is in there right now, Boots Ennis, Benavidez, Shakur Stevenson, and who was the fourth one? Who was the fourth one? We had said it earlier. Devin Haney. If you want to throw Tank in there, that's a fifth name. Cool, fine, no problem. But these 4 to 5 names, or in a way, and others, they don't share the crown. They're just fighting for it. The spotlight is brighter on the key players. That don't mean that they're the ones that are outright winning the dance competition. Only one man can hoist that trophy up. And that's what we're dealing with in boxing right now. We have our players now on the field. In a way, Tank, even though I don't think he's going to get there, I think his time is gone as being in position to be the face. But for the sake of argument, in a way, Tank, Benavidez, Boots, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson. If you want to say Ryan Garcia as a conversation, cool, fine, so be it. These names and others that may be left out, they are the key players in the dance, but they ain't sharing the crown. They may share the spotlight. They ain't sharing the crown because it's still a main focus. Who that is, I don't know. I don't know. Again, that's just me. That's just me. But let me read your thoughts and responses on it all, because this is we are ramping back up in conversation. If Shakur goes on to fight and beat Haney and Tank, he will be the undisputed face. Haney and Tank, okay, yeah. That I agree with. And honestly, that's what all of this is predicated on. In the next year, what do you do? Because let's be clear. Let's go through the list of what each fighter would need to do to win. We can do that. I'm going to read your chats, but we're going to come back to this chat and because I want to break this down because this is a real question. This is a real conversation. What does each fighter need to do to get that crown? Because by next year, it's looking like somebody's going to take it. Because the fights to make that happen are in the works. They are. But what would be the need for each fighter, and would it be enough if they accomplished? That's the question we got to ask. Ryan doesn't belong in the fold. Again, I brought him up because of the notoriety. I'm not saying he's in there. I'm just saying for the sake of conversation, all the biggest names and biggest stars. Let me see. No one big enough and separate themselves yet to be the face of boxing. Like I said, my biggest argument in a way is clearly separated himself from everybody. But I don't think he is, even with as great as he is in that position. So if he ain't there, I don't think anybody else is there right now. Though everybody's saying there is potential. Ryan's personality with the skills of a champion, if he beats Devin Haney, in fact, hold on. Let me save that before I go into it. Facts. That's a way better way to put it. Ryan and Ben on Mexican Independence Day. Timo Arena is big. You gotta admit, it is a big fight because of the personalities involved. Absolutely, it is. And I'm not gonna act like it's not. It is. But Conor Ben is also a star in his own right over in the UK. And also the story of them being PEDs and all that stuff, it also goes into it. But no, it is a big fight. It is a significant fight. It's had a story for over 2 years. So you better believe we want to see that. I'm down. I'm with you. I want to see that fight. Shakur is this generation's. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Oh, shoot. I don't know. That's a whole other conversation. I don't know if Shakur Stevenson is our Sugar Ray Leonard. The moniker of Sugar Shakur, some people say it was put on by Showbiz the Adult. Some people just say it was just something that was added to him just because. That's a big compliment. Is he fitting that bill though? I don't know. Because everything that Sugar Ray Leonard was, the personality, the fighting style, the aggression, the dog, the skills, the speed, all that stuff, Shakur has some of those qualities, but he doesn't embody all of them, not nearly. And this is not disrespect. Is he this generation? That's a good question. That's a good question. Shoot. I'm gonna say he deserves to be. The moniker of somebody calling him Sugar Shakur or whatever. Again, that's coined by Showbiz and some other people. That's fine. I have no issue because he's got a skill set that can be also incredible. Is he there to warrant it fully with how he fights? I can't say yeah. But what he's done certainly fits that bill. That's a again, I've heard this before. It's hard to compare greats, to say somebody's this version and not have some pushback. Sugar Ray, like Ali fought like Sugar Ray Robinson. He got that inspiration from him. But it took the amount of stuff he did with that moniker. You had to live up to that. Shakur currently is just in that zenith of, okay, boom, you can run the world potentially. But he ain't there. And fighting wise, he doesn't fight nowhere near like Sugar Ray Leonard. But the smarts and IQ, there are some qualities there. I can't compare him to Sugar Ray personally. But the moniker of somebody being able to be sweet inside the ring, with beautiful work, I'm not going to deny that. He is. Especially when he goes and shows this whole skill set. But I don't think I can say he's this generation Sugar Ray Leonard. I can't say that. Because I don't think he fights enough like Sugar Ray with everything that he was as a boxer to be able to have that moniker on him. He's his own person. He's more Floyd than anything, to me. Roy Jones Jr. personally said he thinks Boots is like himself. And when we see Boots fight, we see some of that shadow. He ain't 1-to-1. It's a little bit more comparable when you look at them and say, okay, I can see that resemblance. I can't see that with Shakur and Sugar Ray Leonard. I can't do that. I can't see that. Right now, I can't see that. Unless he changes. I can't see that. That just me. Watch when Anyway fights, bam, you will see again, Anyway needs to be respected as a runner for the possible face. I'm with you. I'm already there. Be clear, I'm already there. When Anyway came to America to fight Cardenas, it would have been filled to the max if Turkey didn't put hope in the Madison Square Garden card. I mean, honestly, if he had put Anyway in Madison Square Garden, good gosh, what that would have done to help expedite it further. Let me see, Shakur fought Zepeda and T.O. with two different styles. Which style was boring? Be clear. I said the T.O. fight wasn't boring. The Zepeda fight wasn't boring. The biggest boring fight, quote unquote, was De Los Santos, and it was the worst fight of his career. One of the worst fights I've ever seen. Shakur Stevenson, my only gripe has always been, you can do more. You can be more offensively aggressive. You're so good at being able to see openings. You can operate in the pocket. You can do what James Toney did and add more damage to your game. You ain't got to be a knockout artist. You can show enough, capitalize on more stuff. You just didn't do that earlier in your career. Now you're doing it. Or at least you're getting more used to doing it. And I'm happy for that. So be clear, I'm not saying he's a boring fighter. The stigma still sticks though from the past fights that he's had. And he can go back to that mode of, I just want to secure the win. I don't think he's fighting like that no more because of his attachment and following Crawford's example more in his style as we've seen him evolve. But trust me, I never said he was born. I never said that. Unless Shakur, Tank, and Haney fight each other, they won't go to the next level. Ryan is the only one that's going to make the fights. How long have those three been bickering on social media? A mighty long time. You right about that. In order to be the face of boxing, also Wise Man, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for showing up and showing out on our stream. In order to be the face of boxing, you have to be a superstar, global star, a cash cow, huge fan base, highest revenue at the gate, pay-per-view buys, actively fighting 2 or 3 times a year. Who was doing that? Well, if that's the criteria, then it's Inoue outright, without question. It's Inoue. If that's the criteria, it's Inoue. We can if that's the criteria, if this is what it takes in your eyes, it should be Inoue without a doubt. Especially after this year. I don't think that he literally checked every box that you want to ask for. With competition that was better than everybody else, if that is the criteria. But like I said, it's different for everybody. That's why we're having this conversation. Because we want to hear from you. What is your criteria for being the best in the sport? Good God, I'm trying to make sure I catch everybody before I continue. I'm reading a couple more chats and I'm going to go into what I was supposed to go into. What each fighter needs to do to be the face of boxing in the next year or two. And we'll read a couple and then we're going to get into that. Absolutely. Shakur don't need them to beat. He can beat, Gary Russell, or Foster, and Raymond. Well, now Raymond Ford, I don't think he needs to beat Raymond Ford. He's way better than Raymond Ford. And plus, I think they're working. They fight in the same gym, and I think he's like a protege of Shakur's. I don't think they're ever gonna fight. Foster, I don't think will move that needle in that way. It'll help him. It won't move that needle in that way. But it'll be good. Gary Russell, Gary Antoine Russell, that'll be a great win. That'll be a great win. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Let me see. Tank has a fight. Wait a second. Raymond Ford's at 126. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Time out. Gary Antoine Russell, Foster, Oshaki Foster, Raymond, not Raymond Ford. Murataya, Raymond Murataya. My bad. Yep, you're right. Yeah, I had to think for a second. I had to think Raymond Murataya. Yeah, right. I had to think Raymond Murataya. I completely, like I said, my mind's running. My mind's running. Raymond Murataya. I knew I was tripping. I knew I was tripping when I said it. Because I was like, wait a second. Something don't sound right about this. So, yeah, Murataya is who I was trying to say, actually. But let me read again, last couple chats. Then we're going to get into the question of what each fighter needs to do to win. And we're going to start going by list, in my opinion. And we're going to hear your thoughts. Let me see. Sugar Ray was big soon as he turned pro. Shakur's pipsqueak compared to Leonard. And he was actually entertaining. I think, both of them were Olympians, I believe. Leonard got the gold. Shakur was robbed of the gold in his career in the Olympics. But, yeah, Leonard took the world by storm quicker. And I think was better. I mean, of course, yeah, he was better. Me watching, yeah, he's better. But I think everybody isn't going to get to the same launching point as everybody else. I mean, that's just the truth. Some people just got it from the jump, but some people it takes a minute. But once they get it, now they're off and running. So you're right. You are right. I do agree with that. You are right about that, without question, in your chat. For anyone to be the face, he would need to go on a world tour to fight in the UK, Vegas, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, he's a superstar in Japan, but do they really know him outside? So, let's jump into it. Let's jump into it. Let's jump into it. I'm gonna go and where's this thing? Here we go. We're gonna change this title card, and we're gonna go with, in terms of what they need to do. Come on. Delete, please. Delete. Okay. We're gonna start off. We're gonna list names, and I'm gonna give what they need to do to win, starting with SHAKUR. Yeah, we go. Yeah, we gonna see. We got time today. We're gonna go fight by fight. We're gonna go fighter by fighter. SHAKUR Stevenson, to be the face of boxing within the next year, wouldn't need, in my opinion, wouldn't need to take on either Devin Haney or Keyshawn Davis, or go undisputed at 140, which is where he is right now, or fight Tank Davis. Any of those things happen. If he fights Devin Haney, Keyshawn, or Tank, or goes undisputed at his division, I think he would have a significant argument to be the best at 140 pounds. I do. I think that's fair, because it would fit the bill, knocking off big time names, still would get championships throughout, mega fights on either end of the spectrum at 135 or at 140, or at 147, even at 140, undisputed, you got all to go. And you would be a fixture in everybody's mind. Everything in a dense division, everything runs through him. I think that would be fair. That's what SHAKUR would need to do to be able to be the face. If we go to Devin Haney, for Devin Haney to be the face of boxing at this stage in career right now, let me make sure. I'm trying to make sure sorry, I'm a stickler for being even. Devin Haney would need to go beat SHAKUR and Keyshawn Davis, or beat SHAKUR and Ryan Garcia. Those would be the two ways he could get to that position, in my opinion. He's already got the undisputed titles. He's done all that stuff. He's already got one of the best resumes in boxing. But those two wins, and it would need to be two. It couldn't just be one. It would need to be two. Would significantly shut up noise that has held him back from being able to be in that position of being undisputed. Significantly. It would need to be. If he does that, boom, Devin Haney would have a clear-cut way he could be undisputed. He could be a champion. He could be outright the face of this sport. That's what it would take for him to be undisputed. If we want to go with Inoue to be undisputed, hold on. There we go. If we want to go with Inoue to be undisputed, or if we want to go with Inoue, what he would need to do to be the face of the sport, Inoue would have to go through, and he would have to go and fight Bam. That for Inoue would be the biggest thing to go and take that crown all to himself. He's already the pound-for-pound best fighter in the world, without question. I don't think there should be a debate. He is the best fighter in the world, outright, to me, without a doubt. Power, speed, technical ability, excitement and entertainment, IQ and smarts, adaptability, refinement and talent. He's got it all. He's got it all. There's all the near perfect fighter you can make. He's done everything else you needed to do, and he just got the win against the biggest guy he's ever faced off against from a name perspective in Nakatani. And we saw what he did over in Japan. He does not need the U.S., which is crazy to say. And the biggest thing about the face of the sport, can you sell out everywhere? And right now, Inoue can sell out everywhere, because nobody this year or in the history of the sport made more money in one fight, except for four people or for four fighters before him in the history of modern day tracking of monetary value in boxing. None. Floyd, Canelo, Tyson, and Lennox Lewis, that's it. He can sell out regardless of where he's at. The only reason why he wasn't bigger in the U.S. sooner was because when he fought in the U.S. 3 times, it was during the era of COVID. So people couldn't actually go see him in droves in the seats. But he was still putting people to sleep. If he beats Bam, that is the final stone that I think would have everybody saying, okay, we can't deny it. This brother, he beat the guy that in America, people may not care about the smaller divisions, but in a way, Nakatani and Bam, that 3-headed kaiju of damage, that's been the focus. If he beats both of them, Nakatani, which he already beat, and then beats Bam, that's it. He's cleaned out the entirety of every division except for 126. Where the bigger boys start to come about, everybody else is beneath them. That's it, nothing else. So guess what that means? Nobody has successfully wiped off the face of the map an entire division. He would be most likely to face. If he does that, don't let him beat Shushu Carrington either. Which, if he does fight Shushu, he's going to knock out Shushu bad. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be dangerous. Don't let him fight Shushu after Bam in America for Shushu's title and he mops the floor with him. Don't let that happen, because it will happen. And guess what that means? There ain't nothing after that. So if you want 2 fights, that would be the fight. In a way, Bam, and then in a way, and Shushu, he's the face within the next year. If we want to go with, who is it? SHAKUR Stevenson, Devin Haney, Tank, Benavidez was next. Benavidez was next. For Benavidez to get to that moniker pound of face of the sport, Jaya Pataya, Moses Atalma, or Canelo Alvarez. One of those 3 within the next year. He will be the face of, he will be very good in position to be the face of boxing. Because we already saying he can fight at heavyweight. Atalma can be fighting at heavyweight fighting heavyweight right now and got a chance to go for a world title. He beats Atalma hypothetically. Even if he gets to contention, that would be significant. But he does that. That's what, his 4th division, going to heavyweight and still winning? Yeah, it'd be hard pressed to say he wouldn't be that guy. If he beats Canelo, the fight we've been saying would be one of the biggest fights of the year, of any year if they fought against each other. That would be significant enough. You fully took Canelo's shine and whatever vestiges of stuff he had on his clout of standing pillar, you would take that for yourself. And definitely everybody, especially that the Mexican population, whether they would be behind you like nobody's business if that big mega fight came through and you won. Those fights would be the fight that would get Benavidez to the face of boxing status. One of the other name was, what was the other name? What was the name? What was it? We did SHAKUR, Haney, in a way, Benavidez. Was that it? Oh, Boots. That's what I was thinking of. Boots was the last significant one. Boots, ENNIS. That's what of the 5 main guys that we were discussing. If we saw Boots fight and beat Fundora and Virgil Ortiz, even though he's not nearly as accomplished as what we see against other names like Inoue and Devin Haney, if he beat both of them in the same way that he beat Xander Zayas, with as much momentum as his career and that fight with Virgil Ortiz is having right now, I would be remiss if I didn't admit that might be enough to get him into the face of boxing. The current face that everybody identifies with, at least for America. In the globe, it may be more work to be done. But for here, I can say fervently, if Boots beats both of them, the entirety of the nation in the U.S. would be significantly pushing this cat to say he is the guy that represents this sport. Because for one, he be our guy. And two, the machine that would be behind him, every commercial, every interview, he be on talk shows left, right, and center. You couldn't get away from Boots if you tried. If he did beat both Ortiz and Fundora within the next year, it would be a fast track to that face of boxing moniker. Most of these fighters, it only takes two. And for him, that would be those two. And if he did that, not only would he most likely be unified and or undisputed by that point in time, he would be most likely probably the face of the sport, at least for here in the States. And abroad, he will be one of the 5 most notable names that people would have to say, okay, yeah, I know who this guy is now. And it would reach far and wide. I think so. So that's what he would have to do. Is there somebody, help me out, is there somebody else that I'm missing? Is there somebody else I haven't brought up? I'm going to read your chats in reaction to this, but I talked about Haney, Shakur, Boots, Benavidez. In a way, is there a name I'm missing that I need to break down what they need to do within the next year to go and become the face? Before I read your reaction to this, brother, Ryan, no, Iglesias is not in this conversation. Son, we are not putting him there. We cannot put Iglesias in the face of the sport. We can't do that. Come on now. My gosh. That's just not fair to him. Look, let him win and defend his title first against Carlos Adames. And then afterwards, we can start having a conversation. Let me see how the landscape of 168 pans out first. And if he's in there nearer at the top, okay, we can start talking now. I'm not putting Iglesias there right now. I'm not putting them there. Let me see. Tank, Bam, Emilio, and Ryan. Okay, all right, okay. Thank you for bringing this up. Ryan Garcia. And thank you. I appreciate that. I want to make sure all the notable names that are significant for this conversation, I want to make sure I catch them all. Ryan Garcia. If Ryan Garcia wants to be the face of boxing, well, this is where it gets a little bit tricky. It's going to be mighty hard for him to do that. Even though he's got almost more popularity than just about everybody else that we've named previously, social media and beyond. It's going to be tough for him to get to that moniker of pound for pound, definitely pound for pound, but face of boxing. He would have to go on a tear. Multiple titles. It might take him 3 years. I'm not going to lie. It might take him 3. With what he would have to do right now. Number one, keep his title. He cannot lose his championship. That's number one. He cannot lose his title. Number two, he must fight Devin Haney. There is no world Ryan Garcia becomes the face anywhere close to the face of this sport in the framework of real weight beyond just everybody knows him. There's no world that he gets this done without him fighting Devin Haney. And he would have to beat him in the same way he beat him the first time. That got turned into a no contest. If he struggles, even in the win, if he struggles more in their rematch with each other, it's going to be, see, I told you, the PEDs were the thing. I told you, he ain't really like that. Even if he wins, it would have to be a direct 1-to-1 replica performance. I went and absolutely dog walked you, and I did it clean. What you got to say now? Nothing, because I'm better than you. It would have to be that. And then afterwards, he would have to go and gain more titles at 147. Or, more likely, move up to 154. Yeah, it's going to be a steep mountain for Ryan Garcia. Because of what his record and perception is right now. It'll be tough. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot, even though he's got one half of the equation of notoriety already in his back pocket. If that's going to be the thing. But it's going to take that within the next probably 2 to 3 years. Because it's going to be a lot of steps to make that happen. But Devin Haney, absolutely not losing his title and probably moving up. Unless after Conor Ben and he wins in dramatic fashion, he fights Keyshawn Davis and Devin Haney. Now, if that happens, if that takes place, he might not need to move up to 154. If he can get a fight with Devin Haney and Keyshawn after Conor Ben while still being champion at 147, he would be unified. He would have taken on 2 huge names, one of which is in contention for the face of boxing moniker in Devin Haney, avenge his loss, and dominate and clean out a weight class while beating one of the other high-rising profile stars in Keyshawn Davis in the sport. He does that. Okay. That you could be in that conversation after that. You could. Absolutely. At least to me. And again, I'm going through, I'm trying to think on the fly and make sure I catch everybody's names. They need to fight each other all because drama made one of the biggest spots. Yeah, exactly. That drama made it one of the biggest things out there. It's a non-negotiable if he wants to get that done. It's a non-negotiable for Devin Haney. He's got to fight Ryan Garcia. For both of them to get to that position, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia need to fight each other. There's no debate. None whatsoever. If they don't have each other in this rise, there's no way I can see any of them getting to that moniker. They need each other more than anything else for that piece of the puzzle to get to this position. If they don't, or they lose to one another, their chance is gone. In my opinion, most likely. But let me, trying to make sure I get, what was the other one? What was the other one? Bam. That was the one. Bam. Hope I spelled this right. I think if I spelled this wrong, I apologize. If I spelled Rodriguez wrong, I'm sorry. I'm not trying. Hold on, let me make sure. I'm trying to handle a bunch of stuff now. I'm sorry. Hey, but let me do it. I'm gonna do a quick spell check. Bam. R-O-D. Oh, R-O-D-R-I-G. Ah, okay. All right, let's make R-O-D-R-I-G. I think is there a U there? Is there a U in this? R-O-D-R-I-G. U-Easy. Okay, U-Easy. U-Easy. There we go. We're going to respect the names. U-Easy. There we go. Okay. All right. We got it right now. So, excuse me. Had to make sure I got it right. If Bam beats Inoue, and I think Miyagi, you set it up here, he would blow up. In this face of boxing conversation, anybody that beats Naoya Inoue immediately catapults themselves into the next batter's spot to make the world focus on them and nobody else under 122. The whole world at that world is yours to rule. And if Bam does that, he would be there without question. It wouldn't be enough though. It would need to have Bam because it doesn't have the same outright global capacity of notoriety that we've seen with Naoya Inoue or even Yuto Nakatani. It would need to be. He beats Inoue and goes on a tear at 126. It would have to be. It would have to be. It would, without a doubt. And he would need to be a unified champion at 126 to get there. I'm talking Rodriguez and Shushu and Figueroa. You're going to have to knock them all down. Well, again, because we're dealing with who we're dealing with and where he is getting catapulted to. You still got to get above the noise of everybody else. Everything that Inoue did got him in the same conversation as all these names that we're getting right now, and he's better than all of them. That's the amount of work you got to do if you're coming up from smaller divisions for most people to get to that position of he is in the vein of being the face of the sport. It's a lot. It's not fair, but it's a lot. And Bam's been doing it, but he's got to do it more. After Inoue, now the focus is there, but the consistency would stay the same with the danger of competition. So it would have to be within 2 years, Inoue and Shushu Figueroa or Shushu and Espinoza to be unified at 126. If you want to say maybe not as challenging, Nick Ball, who just lost to Figueroa, Nick Ball and Bam, and then a champion like Shushu or Espinoza. But it would have to be one of those type of caliber names to go and move him. And even then, I don't think it would be enough to get him there. Because of what, again, it's not fair. But because he is fighting in the shadow of Inoue and in the shadow of smaller divisions not getting the same level of love unless you clearly separate yourself from the world, it's going to take a lot more for him to do the same work and get to the same threshold. So most likely, Bam will not be face of the sport by the time he is 26. But when he gets to 28, it's a long-term plan. But if he keeps winning and dominates at 126 and potentially beyond, the buck doesn't just stop at 122 after he fights Inoue. If he beats Inoue, at that point now we got to touch the conversation. Because it took Inoue up until he got to 30 to reach this very conversation we're having right now. I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to say, oh, Bam can't be that good. I'm saying that's what it took for somebody in Bam's same shoes in a less notarized or focused on division of the smaller weight classes to go and make it so that everybody cared about him and subsequently everybody else that was here. You got the luxury of being in a spotlight where people know you more because they know more about the small divisions, but it's still going to be a whole lot of work. But if you do that work, it won't be in the next year or two, but in the next 3 or 4, now we have ourselves, now it would be you could get there. You could get there. But the only way to even get to that point would be, you gotta be Inoue. You have to. And you gotta beat Shushu, Espinoza, Nick Ball, Figueroa, any 2 of those 4 combinations just to get the ball really rolling at 126 to solidify what the momentum would be from 122 beating Inoue. So long story short, Inoue, non-negotiable. And then any combination of Figueroa, Shushu, Nick Ball, Espinoza for notoriety, respect, and acclaim. Any of those two. I would say Leo as well, but for the sake of pushing the envelope of knowing what's going on and knowing people and knowing that people are aware of those names, any of those two would be the guys that we'd have to face. And that's what I have to say. And then Emilio, I know you said I can't. Every time I say his name, I can't ever get it right. Emiliano, I think Emiliano Vargas. It's too early for him. He's being pushed. It's too early for him. Emiliano Vargas is too early for him to even come close to that conversation of being in the face of boxing. Right now, for me, I don't even think he has the ability this early in his career to sniff that. Right now, it's gonna be a good chunk of change before he ultimately crosses that threshold. It's not impossible, unless he just goes on an absolute tear. But it's gonna need. I'm not even putting him in that conversation to get there right now. Not anywhere close. Only because it's still, again, with the accomplishments he would have to do would be copious. Even though he's still young in his career. But again, it's just the ball's just getting rolling for him. So it's too early for that conversation for him. But it can happen. It can happen, absolutely. Way down the line. But that's my opinions of who can be the face of the sport based on who we name. Anyway, I know we had a whole lot of reactions, but that's my opinions on it. I want to see if y'all agree or disagree with everything that I said, because it's going to take a lot. For anybody to get to this threshold, it will take immense amount of work. It's gonna. Because everybody doesn't have the luxury to be able to be like Tank and get by with not doing a lot to get a lot of respect. Everybody's not gonna be able to have that. Tank got put in this caliber, and he's not nearly as accomplished as Devin Haney, as Teofimo Lopez, or as most of the other people, in a way, and others that have been running these divisions multiple times. Everybody doesn't have that going for them. So it's going to take a lot to get to that threshold. That's the thing. That's the thing. And so, but if it happens, it can happen. It is possible. It's just going to take a lot of work. But that's how I see it going down. If any of these people can actually get to be the face of this sport within the next year or two, or potentially 3. So that's what I got to say. But let me see. Good gosh, we got so many people. So many people are chatting. I love it. It's just a lot. Let me see. Dope Convo, keep cooking. Hey, man, look, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had to go and mind you, all of that was off the dome. I had none of that written down. I was... When I say I had to really, make sure I didn't trip over myself, everything was just, I know, I couldn't remember all the names, but I'm glad I didn't mess that up. I took a risk there, brother. I'm gonna be completely honest. This last hour 40, has been completely off the top. Not a thing. This last hour 40 has been completely off the dome. Not a lick of what I've done has been written down, set up, discussed. Look, you want to know what we had? Can Devin Haney fight above 160? Anthony Joshua coming back. What was the other one? And I forget the other. I think this topic. What was it? Let me see if I can. Can I go and Yeah, I can. What was before it? It was, is Shakur a boring fighter? That's the topics I had initially going into all of this. For the last almost 2 hours, I've been completely rifted.
Hey, look at this. We got some problems here.
I just been going, hey man, look, I'm glad it worked out. but hey, this is what we do every Friday. Ain't no schedule. Ain't no schedule. Every Friday, championship rounds. But I don't know what to expect. That's why I got to make sure I'm on it. Because if y'all ask me something, I got to be able to run with it. I gotta be able to be on the ball, or else I'm gonna look like a fool. Oh Lord. Oh shoot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed with myself. That's what I covered. That was what I had to cover: 118, 122, 135, 140, 147, 154, and potentially 168, cruiserweight and heavyweight, and 175, all off the top for about 8 fighters. Hey, you know what? I don't do this normally. Clap it up for me. Hey, look, I don't do this normally. I don't pat myself on the back, but doggone it, that was good. I'm not gonna lie, that was good. That was good. I can't even front. I can't front. That was shoot. I don't pat myself on the back often. Good gosh, I impressed myself with that. But y'all are putting out great questions. So it's we can roll. We can do that because y'all are providing so much good entertainment. It makes it easy just to go through and do stuff off the top. So I appreciate it, absolutely. And we can keep this going. Although, good gosh, we almost at 4 hours. Okay, we're at the 4 hour mark, we're going to stop. Because we've been doing such a good show. But we can't have y'all here forever. Roughly around the 4 hour mark, we're going to wrap it up and send it home. Because we can't be here. I got to make sure I take care of myself. And I got to make sure I eat. So, hey, we got to do what we got to do. But since we're in the last vestiges of the show, we're going to do the last call. Oh, yes. Come on. Come on. It's time for the last call of the Welch Report and for the championship. That's the wrong button, doggone it. Hold on. There we go. It's time. Championship round. The last 10 minutes of this stream. We're going to hear from you and see what you all got and get your stuff off as quickly and as fervently as possible. And if I can talk about it, I can be about it. I even miss people that were coming in and chatting that came in on the show. And so I'm going to try to say hi to people that I missed for the sake of conversation. Let me see. Keith, what's going on? Thank you for showing up. Thank you for tuning in. We got to say hi quick before we go through and take all the way through. Uncredible sources, how you doing? We appreciate you on the show. The only link that we got is right here on the Welch Report. And if you want a link to the Cash App and PayPal's up here and here, they're in the description. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, just so that you know. But we thank you for showing up and showing out. Usyk is still, I forgot, Usyk's still technically a champ. Usyk, I think, is no longer in this conversation because of the fight with Rico Verhoeven. That's why I didn't bring him up. He's still one of the 3 best in the world. By others' accounts, he's 3rd, though, because of what he did against Rico. And if he goes and has bad performances afterwards, he gonna stay 3rd or even drop further. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Benavidez and Shakur get elevated above him within the next year, if he keeps on having these types of performances against non-notable names like Rico and otherwise. But I digress. Let me keep on reading you all's chats and responses as we get into the last half of this show. Can AB make a comeback? So Adrian Broner, can he make a comeback? He just has some stuff going down working with what's his name? Ryan Garcia. And in all honesty, I don't think so. But, he can make a comeback as a gatekeeper. He cannot make a comeback as a championship fighter. And here's why. Within this process, this is what he looks like right now. Training and actually getting in shape with Dean the Great on his fitness thon that he's been going through. This was them before. It was bad. And all of a sudden, this is them afterwards. Actually, putting themselves together. It's insane how quick AB was able to get himself back. But AB, also the vices that got him to this state are the same vices that got him to lose to Blair Cobb. And this is, if you can't beat, with respect to Blair Cobb, if you can't beat Blair Cobb, I don't think you can come back and be a championship level fighter. He calling out Ryan Garcia and others. He's not there. It would be a monumental comeback if he did, but it's going to take a level of dedication I don't think he has anymore. So I don't think he can do it. I would love to have him be that, but I don't think he can because he just isn't. Will the discipline stick beyond the string? And if he does come back into the ring, will it be consistently? Because he still loves the game. He still loves the sport. He can still be a great teacher. But is he driven and disciplined enough to continue to put aside all these other struggles that got him in this state to be able to come back second chance. People are behind you again. People are supporting you again. You are getting back in not just shape physically, but mentally. But will it stick? I don't know. But as a championship level fighter, no, his days are gone. His days are gone. As a gatekeeper, if he really put himself through the ringer, I mean really, there may be a chance. And if so, I want to see it. Because I love a good comeback story. And I want to see AB be better. And be able to say, hey, from this, I can start training and teaching more people. Because if he's a coach, as a coach, he could be really good. As a coach for real fighters, he could be really good. He could. He really could. Let me see. Y'all got Murray stopping Conceição late? I do. I got him stopping Conceição probably round 10. Probably round 10. I got him stopping him round 10. Yeah, I got him stopping him in round 10. Just about. Because he should, emphasis on should, be able, well, actually, I can't say that though. I can't say that. Because SHAKUR Stevenson brought up a good point about Conceição. I think it was Shakur on social media. Everybody's questioning why Conceição keeps getting these title opportunities. But then keep on overlooking the fact that in almost every fight he's been in, it's been close or speculated maybe he should have won that fight. And that's real. This buddy, he keeps getting these shots, but he keeps being just off, except for maybe like a few occasions, to get to a point where, okay, yeah, I won, or I should have won. So don't look, this is not going to be an easy fight. This is not going to be an easy fight at all when it comes to Conceição and Murray. We can say Murray should be favored, absolutely. It's not going to be easy in the slightest to have him be able to actually win. Yeah, we could be in for some potential big drama going forward in the future if we're not careful with how Conceição is able to fight and potentially draw some concern. Mark my words. Mark my words, I'm telling you. Let me see. It's going to be a little different. This time, Murray is much better than Conceição. Look, I get you. I'm with it. I'm absolutely with it. I would say he's way better. But this is what is Conceição's record is. Let me look it up real quick. Give me 1 second. It's loading up. Yeah, it's 21-3. His record's 21-3. Two of those wins is an argument. Two of those losses is an argument he should have won. At least drew. And in fact, who they were against? Who were these losses against? He lost a split decision to O'Shaquie Foster. He lost a unanimous decision to SHAKUR Stevenson. And he lost to Oscar Valdez at 130. Unanimous decision. 112, 115. And some people said that should have been closer. SHAKUR won, he lost outright. And the Foster fight, it should have been a draw in that fight. It's not gonna be easy for Robinson to beat. I'm telling you, I promise you, it's not gonna be easy for Raymond to be able to beat Conceição. If he does, be clear, if he does beat Conceição, that's a good win. That's a really good win. Let me see. Murray arguably made Andy Cruz look easy as well. Well, nah, I can't say he looked easy. I can't say that. He did not make Andy Cruz looked easy. Andy Cruz, it was clear Andy Cruz was not an easy fight on that night. He made himself look cemented, I'm better than him. But it was not an easy fight. Making it easy would have been a wide unanimous decision. It wasn't wide. Or a knockout outright in a dominant fashion. It wasn't that. But it was a statement win. Andy Cruz was not made to look easy. Murataya was made to be just that good. That's how I saw the fight. And so, and again, I don't know about that. I scored that fight 8-4 or 9-3 in favor of Murataya. I had that fight 7-5. Only, 2 rounds roughly? And those 2 rounds came in the later half. And so I'm not dismissing your scores. Because I'm not doing that. I'm saying when I was watching that fight, I was like, Murataya, he's showing some stuff that, brother, this ain't easy. This ain't easy at all. And the fact that he's starting to pull away from Andy Cruz, I was dramatically impressed. And even if you had it 9-3 or 8-4, the scorecards don't always tell the live fight story of what was taking place. They show the result. And most of the time, yeah, dominant win equates to dominant win. Unanimous win equates to unanimous win. No question. At the same breath, Crawford fought Madrimov, and that fight was a unanimous win. But if you watch that fight, it was clear cut. That was one. I don't care what Terrence Crawford says. That was the hardest fight of Terrence Crawford's career, outright. From outside of the Sean Porter fight, when he was down for 7 rounds, and the Calavasquez fight, I think he said it was the Calavasquez fight that was the hardest. Or no, Gamboa. Outside of Gamboa, Calavasquez, and Sean Porter, Madrimov was seen as the hardest fight of his career. And that fight was a unanimous decision. The scorecards don't always tell the exact story, what took place and what made a fight a hard fight. And that's why I'm saying I don't think he made him look easy. Because if he made him look easy, I would have been questioning who Andy Cruz is as a boxer. Were you really ever that good? And I was saying after that fight, okay, Andy Cruz is as good as we thought. Murataya just showed that he's better. And I can't take nothing away from that. Let me see. I agree Crawford had his toughest fight against Madrimov. Okay, yes, we're both on the same page there. But he just scorecards say unanimous, even though that fight was significantly. It was nip and tuck the entire night. Let me see. If you go back and rewatch that, if you go back and watch, you'll understand what I mean. No, I see what you're saying. I agree. In terms, I agree. You got to go back and watch the fight, and most likely, yeah, it'll tell a story. But with anybody, again, with anything that we say, please go research it for yourself. Be clear. I entertain. I try to inform. Hopefully, I'm giving you some fun and entertainment, and you being invested. This is the best thing you can get since First Take. I would hope so. But everything that we say, look it up for yourself. We are not the end-all, be-all for you all having conversation. I can guarantee you that. You all got the ability to go and fact check or look for yourself in everything that we discuss to make sure that you know what you know. And if you think something's right, go check it out. Everything that we say on here. Because I'm trying to learn as much as hopefully I'm helping you learn and grow as fans as well. But we're at the 4-hour mark. And I think we got to go wrap it up and send it home and get on out of here because we've had an abundance of conversation with a whole swath of people. And I'm telling you, I've enjoyed this show. It's been phenomenal. It's been incredible. I love it. I appreciate it. And I hope all of you all had a phenomenal time. And because of this show, again, it's been incredible. And I'm going to take a very long dinner because I'm hungry. I'm starving. I ain't had nothing to eat but waffles and I think 2 sausage patties. I need some sustenance. So we got to go and get on out of here. And we want you all to enjoy the rest of your Friday afternoon. So with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap this show up, get on home, and get on out of here. So with all that being said, We appreciate you all tuning in. And hey, it's time to go. This has been another episode of The Welch Report with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. We thank you so much for tuning in and joining our humble abode of a community, and hopefully you had a phenomenal time coming through, chatting, responding, and being able to be a part of our show, our stream, and hopefully we gave you all the best entertainment possible. If you, or rather, before I even say go through all the other stuff, thank you to everybody who tuned in and supported on the channel and supported on stream and gave to our show. You all mean the world to me, and everybody who chatted and responded, everybody who participated in our show, we thank you so much. We appreciate the love, we appreciate the support, and we appreciate all of you being along for the ride today. As you can see, we have people, we got a ticker going down of people who gave the most, people who supported the most, and overall who chatted the most on this stream, and who takes the title of the pound for pound best chatter on this edition of the Welch Report. We're going to get to that as it strolls and slides on through. But as we're waiting for it to go through, if you'll be so kind, leave a like on the video before you leave. It means the world to us, helps us to go and push this channel out to the algorithm all across the globe. Rate us 5 stars wherever you listen to podcasts, whether it's on Apple, Spotify, you name it, we are there, and helps us to go and grow our podcast platform. If you can, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube and on every podcasting platform imaginable. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. Please be sure, if you can, support the channel. We got Cash App, PayPal, links in the description down below. One last plea, if you would, to help us to go and support this channel and be able to invest into this show and add to the production value to make you be able to enjoy even more specially. And please be sure to share the show with everybody that you know so we can keep on building up this empire together, all with you and your support. We're going to get out of here, and we're going to let you all have a phenomenal day. Enjoy your afternoon. Enjoy your weekend. Have fun wherever you may be. Be safe. Be blessed. Peace and love. Oh, we are out of here. Yes, sir. Salute to you. We appreciate you all being here. We're going to be back next week for more fun, more conversation, more talk in the boxing and sports world, and hopefully entertaining the masses with you all across the globe. So, hey, we can't wait to see you all next week. Have a great afternoon. Have a great weekend. And we are out of here.